I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business?
Did you know that entrepreneurs all around the world just want to be seen, heard, and provide great service? Well, I know that there is an expo that's going on to help entrepreneurs all around the world do just that and much more. Hi, I'm Dr. Lotus Richey. I'm the CEO of Lotus Richey Life Coaching and Consulting, along with being the show host of the Lotus Richey Ignite Show, news you can use and bring who you are. And today I'm bringing to you some amazing information about the Black Business Expo USA, hosted by none other than the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly. And I welcome you to jump on board this wonderful train that is helping unite businesses all across the planet during the Black Business Expo USA. Here's a word from the CEO of the Black Business Expo, none other than Dr. Eric Kelly.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation, or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I can't hear you.
Welcome, everyone. Sorry, had a little bit of technical thing. So good day, entrepreneurs and thought leaders and corporation. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Mireille Tulekima of MT Energy Resources, all the way from Perth, Australia. A little bit about me. I am an award-winning entrepreneur, thought leader, and energy and STEM consultant. I host and produce the Greatness Engineering Hour show, where I bring champions and people of inspirational background. And I recently created created an entrepreneurship support African entrepreneurs, and 85% of them being women, to help them expand their businesses and grow their businesses locally and internationally. So today we are going to focus our day on on the generational difference between Gen X and Gen Z. And I am going to be the moderator for this morning. And just a little bit about the Black Business Network is a 24 hours business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders around the world. And we have speakers from all over the world. North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all the city in the US. And the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses. Educate business. That's a key thing, especially right now. So I have two speakers today. It's going to be an interview between Coach Tree and Eliza Carter. Just want to tell you a little bit about the speakers who are starting our day today. Coach Tree is a founder of Stock and Sneakers and Peace Power Change Incorporation. Coach is a blockchain council certified as well, and the cryptocurrency and youth marketing advisor for Finlex.com. So it will have the opportunity to tell you more, and he is going to be interviewed by Eliza Dukes Carter. She is the CEO of the Briefing Experience and an award-winning company, and she takes a therapeutic approach to help others reduce stress quickly, and that's something we really need rather than this going on and all the noise. So I welcome them here today. So I present to you Coach Tree and Eliza. So welcome to the Business Network Olympic, and it is a pleasure to have you. And I understand that you're going to focus, your conversation on proper education and cooperative economics piece. So it will be something very interesting to be part of. And so I'll leave it to you. And Janice is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Peace, Queen Sister. How you doing?
And King Brother, absolutely doing fine and well this morning. And yourself?
I'm doing great. Had a quick pep talk by Dr. Kelly before we came on. So I am hyped. We got a lot to talk about in this short period of time.
Absolutely.
But how have you been?
I've been doing good. Listen, producing a new book and just excited about life and processing through the day because I know how to do things better, quicker, and happier.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna collaborate and bring your book into the proper education, because it's proper education.
Absolutely.
What you're going to speak on, what your book is talking about.
Yes.
But then we have to turn it into the cooperative economics. So how are you going to get paid on that, and at the same time help those who purchase your book get paid at the same time? That's one of the things that we're missing.
I totally agree. You're a master at that. So, I'm staying connected to you because, the circulatory way that we have to be able to bring the money back to ourselves, keep it in our community. And I've listened to you over the last few months that I've had the opportunity to meet you. And I'm just grateful because when I look at your platform, it makes me think about the topic of today, proper education and cooperative economics, the word that we need to cling to, peace. Can you explain that for us today so we can get a greater understanding of what that means for us as a Black community?
Yeah, it's specifically to the topic of the day. you know, Generation X, meaning the unknown in mathematics,
Okay.
versus Generation Z. In Hollywood, Z means zombie. You know, everything is zombie. That came in, but it's the versus, and versus means to go against. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So why is one generation going against another generation when Generation X is the one that birthed Generation Z? Each generation that comes is coming because that generation is supposed to take the next generation further into the future to do wrong, to create the righteousness that we lost from our last 5 generations.
Absolutely.
So proper education, it comes with reading. Reading is fun to the mental. So the baby boomers and the baby boomers or the pre-baby boomers, they had to go through what we call the Wall Street crash, right? Which was orchestrated,
Mm-hmm.
because anytime prices go down, somebody is buying.
Yes.
So as people were dying, who got rich? So we have to deal with books like those generation, the baby boomers or the pre-baby boomers. They know about Think and Grow Rich. A lot of them read this book, got it, and it says think
Mm-hmm.
and grow rich, you know? But we can't use that for this new generation because we like to use miseducation. Like, the first thing that everybody wants to talk about is the miseducation of the Negro. Carter G. Woodson. That was written in 1933.
Okay.
But you can't have the miseducation unless you have the education first. So his first book, and I advise everybody to get his first book, which was The Education of the Negro, which was written in 1919, you know, which was exactly 300 years after the so-called first slave was introduced to America, 1619.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get that book, you'll understand why he wrote The Miseducation. Well, this book was written in 1937, and people are still using it. But his book, Outwitting the Devil, which is not a religious book,
Mm-hmm.
was written in 1938. 1937, 1938, a year later. This talks about what he had to do in order to get control of his mind,
Mm-hmm.
in order to be prosperous. But this book wasn't published until 2011. Why?
Wow.
Because inside of this book, it shows how people were being conformed to the thinking and the educational system that was being portrayed in the early 1930s. So that's why it created proper education. And then you have cooperative economics. Because once you have a proper education, once we understand that we have to not conform to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of our minds.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because the educational system is a school to prison pipeline.
Absolutely.
And if we use a lot of cliches, then we are just conforming, you know? We just conforming. So when we start to cooperate, then we have the economics. But we don't have that in our community. Thus, we don't have peace.
And that's powerful, Coach Trey. You said
I want a gold medal.
Say it again.
I'm going after that gold medal.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I just want to pause and say, if people have not gotten a pen and paper, we need to grab our pen and paper right now, because you're definitely educating us this morning. Mm-hmm. And as we're being educated, we have to recognize that once you hear something that connects with your spirit, you got to take action. Because every day of our lives, if we don't educate ourselves and understand cooperative economics, we're missing out on sharing it with the generations to come. Mm-hmm. So that takes me into thinking about your thoughts about Day 5's theme on Generation X versus Generation Z. And when you think about that, what are the cliches that are impediments to the peace of these generations that they have to guard themselves against?
Well, Generation X, the unknown, I forget what that timeline is. I'm a baby boomer. I'm at the end. Mm-hmm. And we have used action words and created cliches.
Okay.
It was action in the 60s. It became mm-hmm. cliches in the 80s. You know, such as the circulation of the dollar. It was action in the 50s and 60s when we had businesses that we had in our communities, and the only way that you can circulate money is if that money comes back to you.
Absolutely.
So almost like the bartering system. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm a carpenter, you're a blacksmith. I need shoes on my horse. So if you put shoes on my horse, I will build your outhouse. So it's bartering. That's cooperative. That's circulation.
Okay.
It has become a cliche when you say that if I take $100 out of my pocket and I purchase something from you, I'm circulating the dollar. Only way to circulate if I get that dollar back.
Exactly.
So what does that mean? That means that I have to be an entrepreneur, not an employee. Everybody has to be an entrepreneur. Here's another cliche. Go to school, get a good job. Go to school, get a good education, get a good job, yada, yada, yada. You're in the rat race, okay? You're spending your time for money. You're not working on your genius. Why? Mm-hmm. Because you've been trained from slavery to work from 1 hour to another hour. It was 7 days a week, and then they shut it down and gave us a preacher. And then we had a day off on Sunday. And then all he did was make us docile to, live in hell, but wait until we die to get to heaven while we create heaven for the slave master. So after 1865, we didn't have the education. So we had to turn around and become a sharecropper, which is nothing but an employee at that time, because the person that owns the business got the most of the money, and now you're in what you call a pyramid, mm-hmm. because the person on top gets most of the money than the people on the bottom. Then we have the Industrial Revolution, which created the jobs, right? So then after that, we had World War I, which took the men to war, the women out the house, put them into business, and now the government has control over the education of your children, which was the control of the parent, the mother that stayed home. Then after that happened, then you have women's rights and everything, which is that they have the right. But we have the right to be our own boss. We weren't born to be a servant. We were born to extend the generation of our ancestors. But because of the slavery, mother nurturing, we didn't want our children to do anything against what the rules were because of the threat of death. This is why the boys the boys are the target. This is why they are the target. And anytime they act up, boom, they're going to get suspended. By the time they get to high school, they lost their faith in the education system. They see their parents working from can't see morning, can't see night. Sometimes you got to get an extra job, so they rebel. Exactly. Why do they rebel? Because they don't know who they are. So that's some of the cliche. And the last one is we have a $1.6 trillion spending power.
Right.
Spending. Look up the word spend. It means to exhaust. It means to waste. It means to squander. And we are saying it as if it's a badge of honor. But what we're actually doing is proclaiming to everyone else that comes from another country that comes in, and as soon as they come in, they get the money from the government to start their own business, and then they'll be given a map, and I'm just saying this,
okay,
to the Black community, because they know that we have created a mindset that they will fight each other and won't spend with each other. But as soon as you come in with the same ice, they're going to buy it from you because they think that your ice is colder. So first it was the Jews, and then it was the Koreans, and then it was now it's the Arabs. So everything that we had in our community that was Black, that was circulating the dollar, is now gone. And now we're sitting around fighting each other. And that goes back to the raising Cain. You know how back in the day, it was like, you raising Cain. And who was Cain? Cain was a rebellious son.
Wow.
The young people would say, Generation Z right now would say, pause.
Right, because Generation Z is born between 1997 and 2012.
That's right.
And Generation X is born 1965 to 1980.
Yes.
So you sound like you're in between. You said you're a baby boomer, but you could.
I'm 63.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm 63.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Generation X. But still.
The unknown.
Right.
Unknown, because you see how they skipped Generation X and then Generation Z. What about the ones between that?
It's the millennials. The millennials are 1981 to 1996.
The crack, that's when they exploited our communities with the crack.
Absolutely.
So the Generation Z is coming out of that generation. So when you put that into the community, now you're messing up the future with the mind. So now, but what they didn't expect was that this Generation Z is fast. So you can't slow them down. That's why they're in the technical world. So in the world of Generation Z, where we're teaching them to make flyers and business cards and this, that, and the other, they in the technical world.
Yes.
I saw that they tried to do this. So they came out. So that now they're using the cell phone, but they're using the cell phone in the incorrect manner.
Exactly.
They're using it for war instead of peace. They created social media. One of my first football players was murdered over a text.
Wow. So
we have to change that. Everything that they have conformed to is a dirty glass. So all I'm doing is bringing a clean glass. Why would I teach Generation Z that our ancestors died to get the right to vote, and you only talk about it when it's time to vote?
Right.
My grandmother's uncles didn't die because they wanted to get the right to vote. They died because they was businessmen. That's why we got to teach some proper education and cooperative economics. So that's what we have to do. Now we got to get to the economics. They're going to get the proper education from me. Now we got to get to the economics and how can they retire their parents and grandparents? How can these children that we talk about, that we have that they're in the midst, how can we give them a clean glass so they can retire their parents and grandparents and then create a wealthy future for their future generations? That's the topic.
And that's what's so powerful about your program, is because, you know, we know that the children are already being miseducated in the school system. I mean, and you know, when they're going to college, they are obtaining a lot of debt. And so it's like it's binding us back up again into the enslaved mindset to say, okay, how do I get out of this rat race, which you just discussed with us? And I know you've been a coach, you've coached youth football, and you've been a basketball coach as well. So, and I know you retired at the time you wanted to retire. So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, my son, well, my father was a former police officer, detective, and my mother was an educator. But they were both involved with scouting. So that formula, that created my future, helping the children. You know, a lot of, like my brother is retired military, Air Force. A lot of my friends in the neighborhood became state troopers or police officers because of my father. Okay. You know, a lot of people, a lot of the young ladies went into education because of my mother, you know, and because of other influential people in my life. You know, when my mother and father divorced, you know, I became that rebellious teenager. But I had Mr. Tom Thompson, who gave me a job driving him and delivering clothes, you know, and his story, that's why I wanted to become an entrepreneur, because I saw how much money he was making under his W-2, and I saw how much money he was making on the side, his side hustle.
Okay.
You know, and I love numbers. So it was natural for me to, after I came back home, after I went halfway around the world with the military and coming back home, it was natural to start coaching at my church. So I coached the young men. And it was never about, because we were in a league that had teams, and I'm bringing a bunch of boys together that don't know each other, some from the streets, some from the church. Now I got to mix these young men together, you know, and create a team.
Okay.
And it wasn't about winning, it was about working together.
Okay.
So as the people saw that we played the number 3 team and we lost by 10. We played the number 2 team, lost by 5. Played the number 1 team, went to double overtime. And everybody was looking at the losses. And I was like, y'all don't see what's going on? They're becoming a team. They took the number 1 team and took them to double overtime. You know, so I can attribute that to my pledge period, being a part of the one and only greatest fraternity in the world, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, initiated at Rowena Chapter, University of Kansas, home of the national champions, 1988, 2008, and 2022.
Okay.
Shameless plug. And also the military. But okay. Then when I was blessed to have a son, when he turned 6, we went shopping. And he wanted a water rice. And at the place where the water rice was, down 69th Street, I turned around and there was a bunch of black children running around on the field. So I walked across the street and I was like, well, how much is this? And they said, I didn't know the name. They said $75. I'm like, all right, no problem. He's here. And when I turned around, I saw 2 of my fraternity brothers walking over to me. I'm like, There's your Uncle Fred and your Uncle John. I'm good. But then, being there was a lot of single women on the sidelines.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, this is going to be trouble, and the next day was more. On the third day, I was asked to coach. That way, I'm not on the sidelines. I can't be accused, And then it was one game. It was one game that our boys was getting pushed around, and the coach was just a little bit too soft on them, And I went out there and said, y'all better put these boys on their butts. We running 2 plays. Boom, boom, boom. We won. And next thing you know, I started coaching. But at that age, it was all about not the sport. It was about teaching them their left and their right, how to tie their shoes, and their name, their parents' name, their addresses, and the phone numbers. Because as a firefighter, between the hours of 2:45 and 5 o'clock, we get a lot of average 2 or 3 children being hit by a car or something. And when you ask them their name, they only say one name. And when you look in the book, they only see one name. So at that time in the early millennium, you can see that the teachers weren't even teaching them how to put their name, their full name in the book, So, but then as time went on, the parents changed, and you had a bunch of parents arguing, not on my team because the parents knew, okay. The cement was for the parents and the grass was for the players.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then when you had the coaches fighting, it just got ugly. It just took the fun out the game, So, I knew that by playing the game with my son, Cash Flow for Kids, and being asked to do a beta test by Harold T. Epps, the former director of commerce for the city of Philadelphia. He said if I had a successful beta test, he would sit down with me, and it was a success. The children want to learn, And the one thing that I found working with 3 different organizations, working with the children, is that not only do the children want to learn financial education in creative ways, but they automatically help each other when they get stuck on a word, or help each other when it deals with math, So we're building a team right there. So that's why the rules of my team is that you have to be a team player.
Mm-hmm.
Team means together, everyone achieves more. The second rule is you have to be fruitful, meaning that you have to be abundantly productive.
Mm-hmm.
That means you're doing something. You're taking action.
Right.
And the third rule is you have to multiply. That means to increase in numbers. So how are we going to do that now with Generation Z and with the students on the college campus? Once you understand that, and then you are able to get paid for doing that, now you can free yourself and understand genius is common. See, genius is common is one of those cliches that we're using right now.
Right.
Genius is common. Genius is common. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But Genius is Common was created by Bruce George. Mm-hmm. For those who don't know who Bruce George is, he's the creator of the Def Poetry Jam. You could Google him. But this is a movement. This was the first movement that paid its followers. No other movement. That means that if you say genius is common, what you have to do is you got to tell us you're genius. Put it on video. Now you're on video. Now everybody knows what your genius is. Now when you refer other people to it, you're going to get a residual from Bruce for that referral. And that's what we need in business today.
Yes.
And that platform was created in 1996 by, or that concept by Jeff Bezos.
Yes.
So, like you said, I don't have a program. I have a philosophy. The program has already been made. All I'm doing is just grabbing the different ingredients and putting it in under my flavor. I'm getting the proper education through Robert Kiyosaki and his game systems. I'm getting the proper education from Dwayne Golden and his platform, E1U Life.
Okay.
And when I share it to help other people, then they can come on. And now I'm like Django, I'm going to say, come on, you, let me tell you, you're in the rat race. In order to get out the rat race, you have to have passive income greater than your total expense equals freedom. So my philosophy or my program, if you want, is to help businesses and families, individuals pay their monthly expenses. If I'm there, if I can help you pay your monthly expenses by bringing proper education, and you have to cooperate and share with others, then we could be free. Now I can free the children, free the students, free the working class to work on their genius. That's what it is.
Thank you for that, Coach Trey, because, I was court approved to work with the human traffic population and the at-risk youth. When I came in to teach them, they were not open to receive self-therapeutic tools because they had so many other issues going on. And so when I listen to you, it makes me think about the children really are hungry for financial education because most of them want to come up out of their situations. Most of them are looking for opportunities to change what they're experiencing, and most of them are ready to go to work. And so that's why some of them become side hustlers. You know what I mean? And so they have the business, acumen already on a certain level. They just need the system.
That's right. That's right.
They need to be able to promote, that they understand what their genius is once they learn what their genius is. Once they have, to be able to operate in your peace format and understanding that we've got to get to a place where we are collaborating Generation X, the Millennium, Generation Z. You know what I mean? And so I think about when I'm listening to you, how do profit businesses and nonprofit organizations and churches benefit financially from promoting proper education, cooperative economics?
Well, first and foremost, they have to understand the words. You have a person, you have a legal person. A legal person, a person is us live, but we live in a corporation. And the only way that we can function in this corporation is understand that our names in all caps are a corporation. Now, when you separate the two, now you have to find where do you lie in the code? You know how you got a code switch? Like a 501c3. What's a 501c3? It's a nonprofit organization, but it's a legal person, even a church. A church is a 501c3. Don't get it twisted. It's a legal person, right? So that person has to understand a system. What I'm bringing is a fundraiser for a nonprofit, a fundraiser for a business. Because a nonprofit, you have monthly expenses. A business, you have monthly expenses. A household, you have monthly expenses. The members of the nonprofit, they have monthly expenses. So when you have, let's take a nonprofit. Nonprofits come into play and they go after the grants. and there's millions of dollars going up for grants to stop the violence, stop the violence, stop the violence. But the violence keeps going. Why?
It's getting worse. That's what the crazy thing is.
Because we don't know that it's an industry. That's why reading is fundamental. So when you understand the poverty industry, the poverty industry is designed to make the administration of that nonprofit give them money, but come down the line, the 85% of the people they're talking to, they get all that information and they go home like, well, okay, what the hell am I supposed to do now? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when you give them this, because now it's helping everybody, that legal person, that nonprofit is helping its members, and its members is going to help his families, and his family is going to help the community, because we're circulating.
Yes.
We're circulating in a system. And the system that I use is E1U for life. Because now that you become free, you have to be an entrepreneur. But you have to be an entrepreneur in this dispensation of time, which means that you have to be dealing with technology. You got many organizations get money for STEM, science, technology, and engineering and math. Well, Promote Peace is STEM 2.0, because we're going to deal with science, technology, engineering, and math. You know, I'm not sitting on a flyer. All they got to do is scan this. You know, easy peasy. They use on the phone. But STEM also is saving time, energy, and money. That's STEM. That's STEM 2.0. So those same organizations that are getting money, I mean, also inside of that nonprofit grant writing thing, if you're not connected with the clique, you know, if you're not connected with Dathan or those who control the money, the gatekeepers, then all they're going to do is look at it like, okay, well, he ain't giving me no money on the side, so let's take this over here. Oh, he gave me some money? Oh, okay, let's give him some money, you know? So you got that gatekeeper. You know how you get into, you know, back in the day, you were able to get into the club free because you knew somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody. That's the same thing in the grant game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's a grant inside of the 501c3s. There's the grant writing side, and then there's the fundraising side. You can have the grant writing side. That's going to take you 90 days to get that money. That ain't helping nobody. But the fundraising side, you can get paid every day.
Exactly.
You get paid every day because our motto is you have two hands. One hand to help yourself. The second hand to help others.
Yes.
And for those who want to get in touch with me, if you have a 501c3, if you have children in school, especially the ones that are in college, right? I created under Stocks versus Sneakers. And Stocks versus Sneakers isn't going around talking about stocks. We'll get to that later. But Stocks versus Sneakers is to invest in yourself. You get the greatest return when you invest in yourself, not when you invest in some Jordans. I could get you a shoe deal, you know, with Suede Soul, Harold Worley, that spoke yesterday. I can get you to teach you how to have your own NFT. Right now on the college campuses, for the athletes, they have this policy that came out July 1st, 2021, entitled Name, Image, and Likeness. Name, image, and likeness. If you have children that play sports in high school, Little League, Pop Warner, AAU, high school, junior college, NC2A. Tomorrow, I'm taking 30 children from Harambe Charter School to the Temple University UMass game. I have the starting linebacker, number 11 on UMass. I had at 6 Najee Logan, and the backup cornerback number 43 on Temple, Day Hawkins. So I have players in the league, right? But Najee has a NIL assignment or a position on open source, but the other players don't. Why? Because the coaches aren't teaching them. So what I'm doing is teaching how to get paid for your name, image, and likeness. But it's not just for college, because when you understand the code, right? I met this young man yesterday. He's 10 years old. His teacher asked him to tell me what happened on Saturday. He plays football, 10 years old.
Okay.
This little boy has 6 tackles. He plays defense, offense, everything. 6 tackles, 3 sacks, 2 pick sixes. I was like, yo, that's what's up. You know, I had to keep telling them, look me in my eyes. Look at me when I'm talking to you. That's one of the things I teach the children. Look me straight in the eyes. Because if you don't look at the person you're talking to, he can smack you. You know, so keep your eyes on that person, right?
Absolutely.
So I told him, I said, listen, we got to talk about getting you an NIL deal. 95% of people don't know what it means. All parents have to do is create an LLC for their child. And now that child can get paid in the 5th grade. In the 5th grade, you just have to understand the code, you know? So that's what I'm doing. You know, anyone could go to Meet Coach Trey, that's TRE.com, and you'll get my digital business card.
Awesome. Because we're in the 4th quarter. You know, if people haven't accomplished anything or haven't met their goal lines or gotten to a place where they're feeling satisfied by the 4th quarter of the year, you know, they start scrambling.
That's why they need a special teams coach. I'm a special teams coach. You know, I'm sitting back waiting for them. I remember we had a game and the coaches didn't like my style of play, but these are my boys. I had them since they were 5, and we're getting pushed around. And finally, we're playing Darby Township, our rivals. We're getting down on the 5-yard line, and they're getting pushed. And I said, can I talk to them? They said, yeah, you go talk to them. I walked out there and told these boys, if y'all don't bust that, I will bust y'all at practice. We ain't got time for this. You know, they looking at me because they were crying, right? And I was like, I don't have time for this, you know. But I couldn't show compassion at that time because that's not Coach Trey. So I turned around and I was like, oh my God, they crying. Next thing you know, they hiked that ball, boom, 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 and we won the game. You know,
and that's where we are right now, Coach Trey. Those of us who have not connected to you need to get connected to you because this is the 4th quarter. We need to go in hard. We don't have no more excuses.
That's right.
No
There's
more
no such thing as excuses.
And not having no circulatory opportunity to say I can pour back into myself mentally, also financially, so I can show up in 2023 with some smiles and no longer the regrets. People go with all of these New Year resolutions, but if you ain't in the game right now, the next year is not going to make a difference if you're not putting the heat on yourself to do some things differently.
For yourself.
Change now because time is critical today.
Yes, you have to help yourself first, then help others. That's planting seeds.
Yes.
You can't go to the field and ask for an apple and think God's going to give you an apple when you didn't plant the seed. And the seed has to take root. That means it has to go down. And once it goes down and hits that bedrock, then it comes back up. And then you fill in everything. And then inside those apples, you got more seeds and you got more seeds and you got more seeds. So everybody can take their own apple and go start planting it in their own field. And the field is the mind.
Yes.
You know, one last thing before I get this is who I talk to when I talk to the children And everybody do this. You close your eyes, close your mouth. You don't move your mouth, your tongue, or your vocal cords. And you say, I am the greatest. And once, nope, you don't move your mouth. You don't move your eye. You close your eyes. And that sound that you hear, that is the person that I'm talking to, not the mask that you wear every day.
I love that.
You know, that's the avatar that you are. But inside that subconscious, that's who you plant that seed in. Your physical is the conscious. Your subconscious is your thought. And when the thought and when the subconscious and the conscious meet, then you create a manifestation of what you were thinking about.
We are out of time. We need you back, Coach Trey. We are out of time, but oh my goodness, this was fantastic. I've got to read this myself. Yes.
You got a bank on I am. I used to say think, but you got a bank on I am. If you put something positive behind I am, you could bank on this that it's going to come true. But if you put something negative behind I am, you can bank on that's going to come true. Now it comes down to the choice. Are you going to put something good behind it, or are you going to put something bad behind it? If you're living in hell, you already know what happens when you put something bad behind it.
We got to stop, Coach Trey, but thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you for this amazing conversation about peace. Thank you, Coach Trey, for all the insight and the inspiration in a way as well, because, you know, we are looking for that to bridge this gap of generation that is, you know, happening. And it is important to have, you know, those information from people who have the experience and know exactly how to do it. And thank you so much, Elisa, for, you know, driving the conversation and leading it, because it is important that we all are part of it. So thank you to all of you. Coach Trey, please let us know where we can, you know, connect with you. And this, I'm going to ask the same question to you, Elisa.
Everybody can contact me at meet, MEET, Coach Trey, TRE.com. Meetcoachtrey.com.
And for me, thebreathingexperience.com. Thebreathingexperience.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. So what a conversation. I hope you've had the opportunity to take notes and really action on that. So just a reminder that the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. So this expo is a fundraising for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the school's fund, or use the Cash App, and that's, you're going to see all the references below on the screen. If you the code, it's $BBX USA. So please donate if you want to make a difference. It's really every dollar count. So just make an effort to help this new generation who really need the funds. And our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So those students can register online at www.blackbusiness.com. So we will not be able to do all of this without our sponsors. So I really want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsor for September, and starting with First Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studio, First Financial Securities, NC100, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, So the Margin Foundation, Work Defense Supplement, B.H. Smith Associate, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5-Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprise, Technical Consulting, Carfan Consulting Group, Lotus Rocher Ignite, Uniquely Different Enterprise, Career Communication, STEM City USA, Artistic App and TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius, Lee Entertainment, and Genius is Coming, and Black Business Expo. So Genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, my name is Rochelle. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is comedy. I have been hard at work, and my genius since the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it is very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshell, the little icing dude, and my genius is coming.
build your own city. A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. Oh yeah, I am Black business.
This is your time to get what you want. Go work that thing with Work That Thing supplements.
I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, host of the Successful Women Show, which airs every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our mission is to help women accelerate the path to success. Women in the workplace, women in business, and women who aspire to become business owners, live their dreams, and reach their goals. So join us Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
A 10-year-old founder of a company. Meet Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We are on day 5 of the Black Business Olympics. I am Mireille Tulekima, all the way from Australia. I'm the CEO of MT Energy Resources. I'm a global entrepreneur, thought leader, and energy and STEM expert. And our next guest is Arlene Lambert, and she's going to talk about what the community means to her to start a new endeavor. Just to give you a little bit of background about Arlene. Arlene is an entrepreneur, a coach, and a mother. She is the founder of Early Education Link, where she works with early child business owners across Florida to manage and scale their businesses to the next level. And she is the founder of the Empowering Women for Excellence Conference, and where she approach to assist women in becoming the best version of themselves. So I present to you Arlene. for this session today.
Hello, hello, hello. It is so great to be here this morning. Again, I am Black Business. Welcome, world.
Welcome, Arlene. And it's a pleasure to have you. And I can already feel the energy. And so I anticipate that, this session is going to be very empowering. And so I'm going to tell you, Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. As you have heard, my name is Arlene Lambert, and I'm coming all the way from Miami, Florida. I want to share with you my story and my journey for success as an entrepreneur, as a mother, as a leader, and as a coach. First, I am from the island of Trinidad and Tobago. I migrated to the United States of America when I was 20. So in that moment, it was a really big culture shock for me, coming from a small island into this country with all these multifaceted groups of individuals, and for me to find my way. However, I was always tenacious, wanting to be an entrepreneur, owning my business, and my plan was to retire at the age of 40. And this is what brings me to the topic at hand today. Lead from where you are, but have a plan with purpose. See, when you have a plan and there's a purpose for your plan, then you can actually lead from where you are very effective. So as it was just shared, I am into the world of early education, and we are the ones that actually create the mind and the geniuses. We are the ones that create that sweat equity group that is in the workforce. However, we tend to be the workforce that are lowly paid. So when I got into the field of early education, I looked back and I saw myself as a business owner. Matter of fact, I owned a family home, and I never saw my business as an aspiring business, a business that could expand and excel. I just had the mindset of being a small business operating for myself and my family. Never saw myself as a leader because I was home working, not earning a lot of income. So how am I going to impact the world? What is my contribution that I can provide? But as I sat back in my space and I looked around, and I did not necessarily like how some of our children were being educated, because based on zip code, as you may know, zip code determine how fundings roll into our school system as well as into our learning education system. And I had to take a hard look at myself and said, stop complaining. Be a part of the solution right from where you are. I sat down in my business contemplating how to move forward because I never saw myself as an influencer. I never saw myself as a voice to change. But I'll tell you, once you have a purpose, when that thing that is within you is so deeply rooted, it will move you to move those mountains and the barriers that are separating you from your success. When your why becomes greater than your what, you tend to move mountains. I sat in a business, I think I should be ashamed to say this, 20 years. And in those 20 years, year after year, I'm making plans to move, making plans to separate, and not doing absolutely nothing. Only on my year 16th did I realize that I have the power to make change. If I can influence young children into learning and becoming educated and to becoming school readiness so that they can be the geniuses to who they are and what they were called to do, if I could move the families that are in close relationships to me, why can't I not be a bigger influencer? And it's in that moment I began to think outside of the I. I said, and I think that's one of the things that we have to recognize, that when you want to make impact, when you want to create change, once you want to move that generation and that generational wealth, you have to think in the term of community. And that's what I think in. I think in terms of community. And so doing, I started an organization called Early Education Link. So here I am with a for-profit business and a nonprofit business. And Early Education Link, which is my nonprofit, its core is to support families. It is to support women and their families. And I thought about the 4 components to actually move women from one perspective to the next perspective. Why? So that they can get into the alignment to who they are called. Because once you become educated, once you identify and understand who you are, then you move. So in so doing, we created, myself as well as my team, created the Woman Empowering Women for Excellence. It's a program, but currently running as a conference. And we connected 4 powerful dots that allows you to keep moving and growing and being in excellence in each day, moving from space to space excellently. We have the 4 components: is self-awareness, financial literacy, leadership, and health and wellness. Why those 4 components? These are 4 tremendous components to make you whole. It's a holistic approach to becoming a better you, becoming a better family member, becoming a better community speaker, and that you will entice and encourage and build communities. Health and wellness. Have you ever seen an effective leader being in the hospital every day, suffering from diabetes, hypertension? No, that's not an effective leader. You have to be healthy. You have to learn to keep yourself up. For you to be effective in your community, you have to be out there. You have to be the model. You have to show the mantle by modeling who you are. Self-awareness. Of all the 4 components, I love speaking about self-awareness. Why? Because I think this is one area in which we usually miss the mark. What is self-awareness? That's knowing who you are. You would lead, you would do everything from who you are. If you are hurt, you're going to lead from a hurt perspective. If you're happy, you're going to lead from a happy perspective. And if you're educated, you are going to lead from an educated perspective. And that's the perspective that we want you to lead from being educated, so you can make educated decisions to impact your community. See, a lot of misconceptions that occur within our community is from one person saying something and the next person saying something, but nobody is taking the time to really go in and take a deep dive to understand what truth is. So back to, again, self-awareness. Know who self is. Understand who self is. Understand what makes you work, what makes you think. You cannot lead from the way I lead, but you have to lead from your perspective. So just to show a case in point, I operate my childcare program, and me and myself, I was considered one of a high quality program. But I know in teaching and educating children, my greatest moment is from 8 in the morning to 2 p.m. So I would provide care to children from 8 to 2, put in all my effort, all my time. But when 2 o'clock hits, my energy level just depletes and I'm truly done for the day. So in my consciousness and being aware of who self was, I decided I would not take any aftercare children into my program. Why? Because I would not have the energy, I don't have the capacity to support these children during these spaces of time. So I will not be good for myself, and I would not provide the best quality and the best experience to these children. And that is where self-awareness comes in, is to being able to know who self is. Self-awareness also revolves about self-care. We have to care for ourselves. It's only now, everyone is thinking and talking about self-care and, take time out and, do you, which is important. Self-care is absolutely tremendous to leadership. You have to learn when to lead, when to take a breath, and when to relax, rejuvenate, and come back to be effective. Because only when you are in your effective moment, that's when you can influence, that's when you can create changes within yourself and within your communities. And look at your community as a family, not as individuals living in separate homes, but as families. Our next component is financial literacy. Financial literacy is something that is being taught and talked about all throughout. But how do we provide the opportunity to provide the information and to give technical assistance? To move people, you have to move their mindset. And to shift individual mindsets, you have to place them in a space where, one, they can hear the information. 2, they begin to relate to the information. 3, they have support so that they can move from where they are to where they need to be with that support system. So when we're looking at financial literacy, we have to set up program and spaces and time, space and time to give individuals the opportunity to learn and grow at their own paces, because it's essential. Because one of the things that we have to look at and to think about is generational wealth. Generational wealth is not only about the here and now. I support my children and hopefully my children support my children's children. It has to be a well thought out plan. So we have to think in scopes of generational wealth. How are we going to make impact all the way throughout the generations? Lastly, on the conference poll is leadership. The profound component that most people love, but doesn't necessarily understand. Leading from where you are means that you can lead from in your house. You can lead at the church. You can lead from the platform. You can lead 1,000 and you can lead 2. It doesn't matter. All your purpose is to lead. Once you create your space and you provide information that those individuals take those information and move forward, that is what matters. And I will share an experience. When I started into early education, which was not my forte, I came into the world of early education because I was broke. 9/11 had just hit. I lost my job. I had my home, and the bank was calling me to make my 3 months payment, all in a lump sum, but I did not have what it takes to pay. Just didn't have it. I had to sit down and think about what I had to do. And an individual called me. She said, Arlene, I am going to help you to create wealth and income so that you can support your family. I was most inclined to take that information. And when she shared the manner in which that was going to occur, I said, that is crazy. I know nothing about children. I know nothing about early education. And I don't think that's for me. But I am here to share with you. In chaos and crisis, creativity kicks in. And I got a creative bone because the banks were calling me. They were about to foreclose on my home, and I had to create an opportunity and a space to earn income. And that one friend came and walked me through to the point that I got my license. And not only did she walk me through to obtain my license, but she also helped me with the marketing, with the classes that I need to take, and which I did. And from knowing absolutely nothing, I built my way up to the point that I now is assisting other childcare homeowners as well as childcare facility owners to scale their businesses. Did I think that was in alignment for me? No. Now I'm impacting communities from that one individual that took that time in that space, in that moment to assist me. And that's what we need to look at when we're thinking about who we are as leaders and looking from ourselves from a holistic approach, leading from where you are. But in leading from where you are, as I said, you need to have a plan and a purpose. Because although I stepped above it, if I had only planned out what I was supposed to do, I would have increased my finances, increased my influence, and would be able to support so many people today. But you know what? It's never too late. Today, my influence is into the field of early education. It is an absolute need that we support our young children. Why? Because we are the deciding factor for their success. And how is that so? We have to create that space. Everything that we do should create impact. It should create influence. It should create opportunities. Not only when we look at providing care to children and leading the children, we lead the children even through their parents and their circumstances. So even in childcare, when we think about leading and supporting the child, we are actually supporting families. Because in the movement of families, we move communities. So many times we think about how can we move a family based from where you are and what can you do. But it is possible. Everything is possible, but all you have to do is remember that you are a leader. This year, our Women Empowering Women Conference is going to be a big depiction on creating generational wealth. Why generational wealth? Because that is a movement that should take place all the time. It is our overarching theme. Usually the theme of the conference changes annually, but this year I had concluded with my team that generational wealth is what needs to drive and to move us into the mindset of business success, entrepreneurship, and for success for women all around the world. We held 4 conferences prior, 2 in a brick and mortar and 2 online. And I promise you, these online platforms have created a space where many women have gravitated and have sent out messages saying that this is what is needed. So incline for generational wealth, we are bringing in speakers that can facilitate women from wherever they are. We are actually in this point assisting women with starting their own LLC and actually are paying for these LLC for these women. We are bringing in community resources for mental health, for wellness and fitness, because we know all of these things are core, and that's what is needed to move our generation. You know, I was listening to the speaker before, and we were talking about Generation X and Generation Z. And within all that generation, we need to all come in collaboratively and support each other. Because in that moment, each one teach one. And that's a philosophy I remember my mother taught me. Each one teach one. And is in that core moment is that we can actually support other women from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a great honor to be here live speaking at the Black Business Network conference. I have been so excited to be on this platform just to talk about the things that is occurring in our community and how our women's conference is supporting women. We really want to engage women in all these conversations and to be building themselves up and to create in that space that allow them to grow and flourish. When we look at women around the world, sometimes I'm in Miami, other people are in Trinidad, and you might be in Africa. When you think that we are so different from each other, we are not. We are experiencing the same things. And it's us, by supporting each other, by hearing other people's stories, by hearing other people's testimonies, can be that building block to take us to the next level. You know, one of the things that I've been great in with the women that are in our early education platform is to create that network and that sisterhood where each one can come in and support each other businesses. You know, because we are each other keepers, regardless of what we may say and what we may think. I remember reading Who Moved My Cheese? And that book inspired me so much that it even allowed me in that moment and space to look at my childcare business differently. And with that excelled my business to the next level. Because when you look at your business and when you look at the things that you do and you think this is all that I have to give, if you go beyond self and you go beyond the understanding and the knowledge that you have, you can see that you can create a bigger influence. So to share the story, I read Who Moved My Cheese? And I shared it with some other childcare professionals like myself. And we decided to take the plunge of extending our businesses to the next level, which is to become accredited childcare programs. I assure you, the program was not the easiest, because if you know about anything, if you know nothing about an occupation, if you know nothing about what you're going to get into, it's very difficult to move from knowing nothing to be very successful. So as a collective, as a sisterhood, we decided to take the instructional book, read together, and start making those incremental changes within our businesses. And in so doing, within 1 year, we all got accredited. We all had 5-star childcare programs that the other childcare facility owners around the state began to look at us and ask us questions. How did we attain that? And we attained that by the same thing that I've shared with you before, creating that community, being that person within a framework that is a whole. And in that moment, we created the movement, and hence the reason why now I am the vice president for our state association, as well as working on a national level with a national association. So I'm here to share again. It doesn't matter where you are in your moment in time. Think as yourself as a community leader, as an influencer, as a woman that can help and support someone else. But you must have a planned purpose, because it's only in that planning stage and with that purpose can you move that mountain to see on the other side. Would there be barriers? Yes, there would be barriers. There are barriers in everything that you do, but you have to surpass the barriers. You got to create that space where you make up your mind. You get tenacious, bulldog tenacious to do what that you set out to do. I remember the first time that I held that woman conference. I assured you, I had the DCF licensing is coming at my program because an incident occurred with one of the kids in my program. I had my son go into the hospital, my daughter, and I had to sit down in that moment and say, Arlene, you can stop what you're doing now, put the conference off for another year, and then try again. And I said, no, in the back of my mind, I remember exactly how I felt when I first started my childcare program and said, creativity comes from chaos. And I stood my ground, walked through and jumped through the hoops that I had to jump through to make sure that the conference went on without a hitch. And it did. And those ladies who attended that conference was very, very impacted. You know, some of them went on to even create their own conference and do great things within the community. And I had to reflect, and I said to myself, what if in that moment when these barriers occur, had I decided to stop, pause, and take care of what was occurring in that moment? What would I do? Those women may not have been impacted. Those companies, those great products that they had made, it would not be on the shelves today. Why? Hence the reason why when you plan with your purpose, it allows you to surpass barriers that are occurring in the moment that can hinder you. So on the road to success, on the road to entrepreneurship, on the road to owning your own woman business, on your road to impact the world, there are going to be trials, there are going to be tribulations, there are going to be barriers, but what are you going to do? Again, leading from where you are helps you to sustain who you are. And the planning with the purpose, it allows you to move past that which is hindering you with many, many barriers. You know, being a Toastmaster, I remember when I decided to be a leader within my community, I was very shy. I'm still shy. I would prefer to be that individual in the back of the room that would use my pen and paper, and that would be where my leadership will start and end. I would write you a check. I would write you a letter. I would write whatever that you need to support that goal into your leadership. But I believe that when you are called, when you feel that strongly into what you have to offer, it pushes back your level of fear. It pushes back all the anxiety. It pushes back all the barriers. And you step out. And sometimes that's all it takes for you to step out. And once you step out, you would see that you can do it. You can make it. You know, in our women's conference, one of my requirements for the speakers is to enlighten our attendees on the process. What process did you go through before you became successful? Many times you will see individuals on the stage, they're on the pulpit, they're receiving awards and they're receiving all these accolades. And you would have a woman or a child sitting down in front of that television screen or sitting in the chairs or in the bleachers and saying, wow, I wish that can be me. How can I attain that? And because they don't understand the process in which that person takes, they would never excel. So at that conference, I have the woman share the process. Those who have been, homeless, those who have been divorced. One of the speakers, our current speaker this year, she was leading in her church. She would tell you she was a leader in the church. She was married, she was successful, and all of a sudden her marriage failed. And in her marriage failure, she lost her job. She found herself sick, in hospital, and dying, and decided to hold on to that one hope that she needs to be successful. So on her dying bed, she continued into her master's degree program, that now that she has a doctorate in finance and early education. But can you imagine if you see her on the platform speaking about leadership, speaking about finance? Can you imagine her backstory? Can you imagine her journey to where she's at? We sometimes have to be very transparent Transparency is something that I lacked for many, many years, because when I think of being transparent, I'm thinking of showing people that I am a failure. I'm still a work in progress. But when the reality and the understanding occurs, that is your transparency that actually move people to move, because then they could identify themselves. They can see themselves in you and say within themselves, if she can do it, if he can do it, if they can do it, I can do it too. That's what we're here for. As a leader, as a business owner, as a person in the field of early education, my sole purpose is to better my field of early education. And I do that through speaking to women, through their businesses into early childcare. I do that through the Women's Conference and creating programs within early education to support the young women in my community. And I'm talking as young as high school students, because the younger they understand what their expectations are for success, is the better equipped they are. And success is a whole package. You have to learn to speak. You have to learn to move. You have to learn how to navigate self within a space. It doesn't occur just as, okay, I'm going to be a leader and I'm going to excel in academics. Yes, you can excel in academics, but what about your financial stability? What about your health and wellness? What about understanding and identifying who you are? Those are the components that we need to be the geniuses that we are today and those who we are trying to build. Building human beings should be one of our prime purpose as entrepreneurs. It's not to just level up and be successful, but to bring other people along the way. And that's what it's all about. If you have a business, whether it be for profit or non-for-profit, your purpose and your business is to build people. Be the best that you can, always. Anyone that wants to be a part of the Black Business Expo, come on in, get the information, get the knowledge. This is what we're here for, to support each other. It's all about building blocks, and it starts with the foundation. What is your foundation? How do you set your foundation? When you wake up in the morning to run that business, do you think about how you capitalize on other people? Or are you thinking, how am I going to build my people? Because that's what the messaging really is. Your vision, mission, and core value for all your businesses, whether for-profit or non-profit, should be about building communities. And to build communities is building each individual as you come in contact with those individuals. I am a product of success for someone else. I would like to share, when I first came to the United States of America, I remember I was broke, had no money, did not have an identity to fathom how I was going to be successful in the United States. And it took one individual that saw me. And I remember carefully, she said, Arlene, what are you going to do? And I said, listen, it's Mother's Day. I just started my job. I have my daughter. Things are rough and tough with me. I need some financial support. She says, I'm going to teach you how to create baskets to do Mary Kay. So first, she made me a Mary Kay consultant. She paid for my consultancy membership from Mary Kay. Then she took me to the location where she purchased the baskets, the paper to go over the baskets, and the ribbons. And then took me to her own home and showed me how to make the baskets. While she was driving me back to my house, I looked at her from the side. And in my mind, I'm saying, why would you do this? You are teaching me everything that you need to do to make money. I'm going to be your competitor. And I promise you, in that moment, she turned to me and she looked. She said, I know you're probably thinking about why I'm doing this for you. And I said, yes, that did just run across my mind. And she said something so profound that it sticks to me still today. She said, Arlene, you can never take what God has given me. My gift is my gift, and your gift is your gift. And that remained with me today. And I'm so excited. For the first time, she's coming all the way from St. Thomas to my women's conference to speak at my event. And that's what it's all about, us building each other. Everything that we do in terms of our businesses is to build each other. And with that, I want to bid everyone a great day. If you all have any questions, any concerns, anything that you would like to ask about the Woman Empowerment conferences, or anything about early education, because early education is my passion. It is truly my passion. I believe that when you work in the field of education, you have the opportunity to influence change in the most effective way. You have access to little minds, and you have access to the families. So when one family in your program, you influencing the extension of their families. So always be intentional, always be that influencer that actually creates a positive space for children.
Thank you so much, Arlene. It has been very inspiring, and there's, so much that you've shared. And I hope that, the audience are taking notes, and some of the key, key takeaway for me: lead from where you are. Sometimes we're looking at leadership somewhere else when we already, can lead from where we are. And then you said, this leadership just help us to sustain, ourselves. You need to go, further, which is having a plan and a purpose, and that's what's going to make you grow. So it is very profound. And understand as well that, we can be the community leaders. We can, teach each other, empower each other, and you end up, with this very powerful quote of your mentor about, you have your gift. Nobody can take, my gift, and I can't take your gift. God has given us, different gifts, and that's what it's all about. So we shouldn't be afraid of, anybody becoming
and supporting
competition. So much for that. And supporting each other, exactly. So thank you for being with us. Just want to know, how do people connect with you? Because there's so much that you've shared, and I know that there's even more. So how can they connect with you to connect further and also learn from you?
They can connect with me on Facebook at Arlene Lambert, or on Instagram at Woman of Excellence, and they can actually just shoot me an email at earlyeducation.com.
Fantastic. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
So it has been a very inspiring talk from Arlene. And I want to remind you that the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school senior going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. So this expo is a fundraiser, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. And also, you can see scrolling down the Cash App, reference that you can use as well to make your donation. So it is the $BBXUSA. So $BBXUSA. And our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. And the student can register at www.businessexpousa.com. And every dollar counts. So I really encourage you to get, to put, some money on, because we are going to make a difference in the life of those young adults and students who really want to go to the next level of their greatness. And I want to thank as well our Black Business Expo sponsors for September, starting with First Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studio, First Financial Security NC 100, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work, The Thanks Supplements, BH Smith Associate, Live. So yeah, there's so much. So Live, Shackle Free, and you also have Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5-Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprise, Technical Consulting, Carphone Consulting Group, Lotus Richer Ignite, Uniquely Different Enterprise, Career Communication, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, and I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, and Genius is Common, Black Business Expo USA. So those are our supporters for this fundraising. So make sure you participate and make a difference. So Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
This is Dr. This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
She's like
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm your moderator today for this session. I'm Mireille Tulekima, all the way from Australia, and I'm here to support the Black Business Forum. So our Tiffany McIntosh, just a little bit about Tiffany. She is a serial entrepreneur, a master coach, and author. And Tiffany started her entrepreneurial career in 2009 when she launched her networking marketing company through a well-established OrganoGold organization. And 2 years later, she became a professional speaker, providing value to thousands of people. And she then became a success coach with focus on and mindset coaching as well, with the goal of leading people to financial freedom, which is a key thing nowadays, especially for business owners. So I present to you Tiffany. She is our next speaker. Welcome, Tiffany. Welcome to the Black Business Olympics. It's a pleasure to have you today. So just want to, ask you to introduce again, and, add anything that I've missed in the introduction. And so far, just to remind the audience that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me okay? I just want to make sure you can hear me all right. Are you able to hear me? Well, hey, my name is Tiffany McIntosh. I am a mom of 5, a grandmother of 4, and I have been a serial entrepreneur for a many years. Got started in my entrepreneur journey in 2009. Guys, I did exactly what our parents taught us to do, right? Because a lot of us, our parents taught us that broke mentality. What we were taught is to go to school, get a good education. And don't get me wrong, I don't knock education. I'm very for education, but we were taught, go to school, get a good education, and get a good job, right? The American dream, which we all know that is the American lie, right? Because there's nobody that I knew that went to corporate America, gave up 40 years of their life, and then turned around and lived on 40% of what they were already struggling on. I am an Ohio girl in a Texas world. I'm from the city of Akron, Ohio. Guys, born and raised, the home of LeBron James, right? Nobody would have ever known about our little city had it not been for LeBron. But I come from very humble beginnings, single mom working several jobs to make ends meet. And back then, I never understood why we struggled so much. A lot of parents are working hard to make ends meet, when what I learned from my mentor after being an entrepreneur for so long is that their ends, they're not supposed to meet. That's why a lot of people leave this world trying to make ends meet. And like the last young lady said, that the richest place in the world is the cemetery. Why? Because a lot of people leave the earth with their dreams. They leave the earth with that book that they put in themselves. They leave the earth with just chasing a paycheck from week to week and never really embark on their purpose in life. And so, guys, I did that. I did exactly what my parents taught me to do until my life actually changed in 2006. Well, in 2005, it was really the worst year of my life. My sister and her baby was killed in a car accident by a drunk driver. And then it kind of rolled into 2006. And from me coming from very humble beginnings, coming from the other sides of the track where they say, you know, you'll become this statistic and you'll never be successful. You have to work for somebody else. Entrepreneurship was not taught where I'm from. A lot of our people were saying, you know, go to school, get that education, and go work in not just a good job, but a good government job, because it had, you know, the great benefits that came along with it. So that's what I was taught. But you guys know, a lot of times life, it doesn't happen how we expect it, right? We expect that we're going to go to school, we're going to get an education, we're going to get this great job, we're going to live the American dream, we're going to have the white picket fence, the dog, and the 2.5 children. And it did not happen like that for me. I had a very rough, you know, childhood growing up, and it did not happen that way. So in 2006, being around the wrong crowd, bringing in low income, but I knew that there were more to life than, you know, being in low income, being around nobody that owned anything, being around people that didn't inspire to be great. They were just kind of stuck, and they were okay in that stuck state. But I always knew that it was more to life than what was currently going on. So my current situation at that time was not my final destination. Well, guys, needless to say, 1 year later, I found myself in trouble with the law, getting in trouble, being around the wrong people, not hanging around the right crowd. You know, they say a bad apple can ruin the whole bunch, and just hanging around people that I shouldn't have been around got myself into some trouble. But at the time, I was poor and Black, and that was one thing that I said I would never be again. I would never be poor and Black. I was a single mom of 2, and just said that I would never be poor and Black again. Didn't understand the broken system. Didn't understand that the system was not designed for me to win. It wasn't designed for me to be a business owner. It wasn't designed for me to go to the next level. It wasn't designed for me to say, look, I'm going to be a successful business owner, because once again, I was taught that school mentality, go to college, work for somebody mentality, guys, and just didn't understand the law. Why? Because I had never had a run-in with the law outside of a speeding ticket. So wound up going to prison. First time getting in trouble, wound up going to prison, and just knew that that was a place that was not for me. I'm like, I didn't do anything. I'm not understanding why I'm here. But what I realized, guys, it was a setback for a setup for a come up. So I went there 1 week before I was since found out that I was pregnant. Got there, and within 7 months of my pregnancy, the Department of Corrections actually gave me too much medication, which in turn killed my unborn baby at 7 months and almost killed me. And that basically was the turning point of my life, because that was my get out of jail free card. But as we know, in the system, it is not something that happens overnight. So even though I was due to be released and go home for something, first of all, that I didn't do, but second of all, now them making that huge mistake, it still took them 7 months to release me. But it was a blessing in disguise, because what she told you about me being introduced to the industry of network marketing 16 months after I got out of that place that I would never want anybody to go to, I was found on Facebook by my sergeant from the prison. He did not know it was me because I was married once before. So once I got in, when I was sent to prison, I was sent to prison under my old married last name. But when I got on Facebook, he only saw me under my maiden name, and I looked totally different. Because of course we don't have the hair and the makeup and all of that stuff. He got to see me at my lowest, worst point in my life. And I never forget, guys, being invited on Facebook by him. He didn't know it was me, but I knew exactly who he was. And he was saying, look, we're inviting people to a business meeting at the Marriott Hotel in Independence, Ohio, tomorrow night at 7:30. You don't have to sign up for anything. Just come get the information. The information is free. And as I saw that on Facebook, I sat there and I said, what is the worst thing that can happen? Because guess what? I'm at the lowest point of my life right now. I can't get the good job that I was told to get. Why? Because now I have something on my record. I couldn't go really work anywhere that was paying anything that could support a family. Why? Because now I had something on my record. And it was kind of like God was telling me, Tiffany, I never designed you to work for anyone. I created you to be a leader. I created you to stand out. I gave you a gift. And in the word, it says your gift will make room for you. And I'm going to make room for you. Right now, the situation may not look like that because I was working a job that was making $12 an hour at the same time trying to support 2 children and help my sick mother at the time. So he said, look, come to this meeting. The worst thing that can happen is you can walk away and say, no, you don't want to do this. You don't have to do it. We're not pulling your arm. We're not pulling your leg. We're not strong arming you, making you do anything. But the information is free. It doesn't cost you anything to get the information to make an educated, sound decision on what you want to do once you get this information. So I said, well, what's the worst that can happen? I'm going to go to this hotel and see exactly what they're talking about. So I inboxed him back and I said, look, I want to come get the information about what you made a post about. He said, come to this ballroom. There'll be people outside at a registration table. Sign your name and put me down as the person that invited you. And when I tell you that meeting was the first day of the best day of the rest of my life in 2009, it was the best day of the rest of my life. I got in there. That was my very first time I had ever experienced Black excellence. That was a time when I was actually seeing people that looked exactly like me that were making $250,000 a month. Guys, I didn't know people that was making $250,000 a year. I barely knew people that was making $75,000 a year. I didn't know anybody that was making $250,000 a year. For me to see people that looked like me that was making $250,000 a month, it was mind blowing. The first thing I said, it has to be a scam, right? We all say that. Why? Because we shy away from things that we don't know. We try to tear down things that we don't know, that we've never experienced, because it did not fit into the box that our parents told us to go to school, get a good education, and get a good job. I saw people that work for themselves that was making $500,000 a month. I think the person that was making the most money at that time in 2009 was making $1.2 million a month. And I said, this cannot be real. This is all fake. This is a gimmick. And they're just trying to get my money. So when the presentation was over, the guy that invited me, who was my sergeant from the prison. That's why I tell people I am Joseph. Why? Because Joseph, even though he was in the pit for something that he didn't do, he came out to be a great ruler. And that is what God told me when I was in there, that there's great things that you're going to do. You're going to speak on stages all over the globe, which I have done. He said, you're going to impact millions and millions of people. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I didn't know who I was going to do it with. And I didn't know the first thing about speaking on stages, but I knew that I wanted to encourage and empower people. And I knew that God had down in me a boss to be able to come out. So when I sat in that room, I said, okay, is this it? I didn't know if it was it. I just felt like the things that they were talking about was too good to be true. And the sad reality of it all is somebody that's watching right now that have been to a meeting like that, or been around people like me and said, look, that's too good to be true. Those things don't work. And I am a walking, living witness. It works. If you work it, it works. And so I sat in the room, and the sergeant that invited me, he did the presentation. And then when the presentation was over, he said, I want to introduce you guys to my mentor, my coach, a person that has changed my life and is changing lives all over the world. And he introduced Mr. Houghton Buggs. And like I said, at that time, he was making $250,000 a month. And so he came up there and he was closing out the room, and he said, does anybody have any questions or concerns? And guess what? I was the very first person in the room that raised my hand. And he said, well, what's your questions or concerns? I said, well, my mom told me that things like this is a pyramid. And he said, that's because your mom has a broke mentality. So, immediately I got upset. I was looking like those are fighting words. You don't talk about my mama. But what he was doing was, guys, he was changing my mindset. And when he saw me getting upset, he said, I'm not saying this to put you on the spot. I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to you nor your mother. He said, what I'm doing is I'm changing your mindset. I want you to understand what you're saying. He said, let me ask you a question. Would you trade bank accounts with your mother right now? And I said, no. He said, why? I said, because I help my mom. Like, I help her. She's not in the best of help. I help her. So he looked at the room of 350 people after putting me on the spot and said, did you guys hear what she just said? So now I'm looking around, and the room was completely silent. You can hear a pin drop, right? And he said, okay, I asked them, did they hear what you said? Now I'm going to ask you, did you hear what you just said to me? I asked you, would you trade bank accounts with your mother? And you told me you help your mom. How are you taking financial advice from somebody that you're helping financially? He said, make that make sense. And so when he said that, it was like a light went off. It was a light bulb that went off. The anger now turned into something that he was onto something. He said, let me tell you something. I'm sure your mother is a great lady. She probably can show you how to be a great mom. She probably can tell you all the great things to be a great wife. I'm sure she can tell you things to be, things to keep your kids away from, things to do in life, but not financially. He said, never take financial advice from anybody that you're not willing to trade bank accounts with. He said, even if it's your spiritual advisor, even if it's your pastor, if your pastor is not financially where you want to be, let him be your pastor, your spiritual advisor, and not your business advisor. He said, you need a mentor for every level of your life. And I promise you, if you let me mentor you for 24 months, your life will never, ever be the same. And when I tell you that day, my mindset changed. He said, you got to change your mind to change your money. Your crew does define you. You got to hang with people that have your solution and not your problem. He said, because if you're the person that's the smartest in the group, if you're the person with the most money in the group, then your group is not beneficial to you to elevate. That means that you're pouring into everybody else's cup, but who's pouring into your cup? Who's elevating you? Who's stretching you? So when he did that, guys, he stretched me. And I promise you, within 90 days, the people that I have been hanging with for 5 years, I didn't even know what they were doing. Why? Because the people that I started hanging around were people that were talking about ideas and not people. They were talking about LLCs and S Corps and not talking about going to the club or hanging out. There were people that were talking about making $1 million a month as opposed to making $1 million a year. They were talking about things that I never thought that I would be talking about. They were sitting me in rooms with people that I never thought that I ever, and I'm going to be very transparent because I'm very transparent about everything. That's why I wrote a book about my life. But I'm saying they sat me in rooms that I didn't even think I qualified for because of what I had been through in my life. And that was the very first moment that I said, look, God ordained me to be a boss. God put me on this earth to show people that if I can do it, they can do it. No matter what you've been through or what you're going through, that your current situation is not your final destination. If God gave you the vision, he would give you provision. If he gave you the business, he would give you the clients. And so what I started to do was like you see this whiteboard in the back. I started to, just like the Bible said, write it down and make it plain. I started saying, like, my thing says, I will make $8 million off of just my ebook alone. I started writing down things that I wanted, even though I didn't see it at the time. If you can see it in your spirit, you can seize it. So I just started writing things down and started claiming things. And guys, that is when my business really, really got launched. I started looking at different brick and mortar businesses as well. But that was my very first introduction to the network marketing space. And I joined a company called Organo Gold that y'all know as OG. It was a healthy coffee company, health and wellness, because y'all know health is wealth. So I joined that company, guys. And when I went to that convention, and I saw people that looked like me. And I went and I saw people on that stage, 70 years old, 78 years old. And at the time, back in 2009, that was a lot of money for a person that was on a food stamp program or low income. So I saw people that were 70 something years old on that stage saying, look, I've worked for Chrysler, I've worked for GM for 40 years, and I don't make this kind of money. I'm making $20,000 a month at 78 years old. They're saying, look, I wish I would have knew about this 50 years ago. So, and that gave me hope, because I was saying, if grandpa can do it, I certainly can do it. But nobody around me understood network marketing. I heard the last young lady say Mary Kay, but they still never understood. So they would shy away from it. Oh, it's a pyramid scheme. It's this, it's that. And I'm like, out of all of these thousands of people, you the only person that figured out it's a pyramid scheme. But what he had to show me is that people go work at a pyramid scheme every day and they swear that network marketing is a pyramid. You know, there's one CEO of a company, there's one CFO, there's one COO, there's one of everything. And even if that person died, guess what? You still couldn't be the CEO. Why? Because he already has it in place that if something happens to him, a family member would take over. So I had to change my mindset from looking at it that what I thought was happening is that people was making money off of each other, when what I realized is that there was just a group of people making money together. Your job makes money off of you. They wholesale your time and they give it to you for wholesale, and then they turn around and sell it for retail, because they only can give you about 10% of what you're worth. So when I started hanging with people to say, look, we need to leave generational wealth. We need to leave wealth to our children, because what we do know is that we can't will a job to our children. Our job will be posted before our obituary. So I started hanging with people that were doing multiple streams of income. And I remember my mentor telling me, Tiffany, you have to have 7 streams of income. If you're talking about you want to be a multi-millionaire or you want to be part of the 1% and be a billionaire, you have to have 7 streams of income at all times. He said one of the streams has to either be affiliate marketing or network marketing, because there's a group of people working together for a common financial goal. Okay. He said one of them has to be, and also with the affiliate marketing, network marketing, there is a residual income component attached to that. Why? Because we all need residual income. We have residual bills. Even if you hit the mega million, you can pay off the house, you can pay off the car, but guess what? You can't pay off the cell phone. You can't pick up the number, call your electric company and say, I hit the mega million. How much can I give you to pay you off? You can't pay off the gas. You can't pay off the cable. You can't pay off the insurance or the internet. They want their money every single month like clockwork. And you can't pay them kids off. Trust me, I tried. So he said, you need a residual income to match your residual bills. He said, that's why a lot of ball players and things like that, 3 to 5 years after they're out the league, they're broke. Why? Because they never invested their money and grew their money and got around where they can make money residually. They got $100 million or $200 million contract. But guess what they did? They went and bought 7 houses and 8 cars when you only can live in one house and you only can drive 1 car. And now that you're no longer in the league and your money is no longer the same, but your bills are still the same, now they're filing for bankruptcy. Now they're saying, look, we no longer have the money, when really they could have invested that money into real estate deals and owned neighborhoods and owned buildings, commercial properties and apartment complexes and things like that. And so when I got around people like that, he said, you do those 2 things, and then the other 5 streams of income can be whatever you want it to be. And when he told me that, guys, I stayed in network marketing. I'm still in network marketing to this day because network marketing actually changed my entire life. Why? I was able to stand on those stages all across the globe. I have teams in 6 different countries, a team in one company of almost 10,000, spoke on stages, the UK and different places that don't even speak English. You know, they don't even speak the language. And it was crazy because everything, when I sat in that cell and I wrote that letter to God and I asked him specifically about what I wanted to do, I wanted to impact women all over the world. So I started my group, 6 Figure Chicks, and they're all over the globe. I said, God, I wanted to have those multiple streams of income. So guess what we did? We started dabbling in real estate. We have several businesses, my husband and I. And then guess what? I even got the husband I prayed for. So, I mean, I was very specific in what I was doing. My king came after I kissed the frog, right? And then I even started dripping off into my children, because what I learned about generational wealth and about breaking generational curses is that our children don't do what we say, they do what we do. So now my 23-year-old daughter is not only a network marketing guru, but she owns 3 businesses, 4 total. She is a network marketer, and then she has 3 other businesses at 23 years old and very successful at what she does. But we started a boutique. I mean, we have our hands in so many different things. I have a hairline. So I do so much. I wrote a book about my life because I'm very transparent. I wanted people to know that whatever you're going through right now is just a chapter in the book. That is not the end all story. Whatever you're dealing with right now, your current situation is not your final destination. So I was super excited just to be able to stand on those stages, to be able to empower these women, to be able to empower even my brothers in success. Because when I tell my Joseph story, and I've told it in rooms of thousands and thousands of people, I'm keynote speakers all over the world. And now I put on my own conferences with celebrity guests. And so I was able to stand on those stages and tell my testimony, tell my story, tell people that your current situation is not your final destination. If you put in the work, if you get you a great mentor, if you get you a great coach, you know what God did for me, he can do it for you, because he's not a respecter of person. But I see Dr. Richie then came on with me, but I can keep going because I'm super excited about entrepreneurship, and not just entrepreneurship for myself, but entrepreneurship for children. And that is why at my upcoming conference, we're allowing the children to come to learn entrepreneurship, and they're going to get an opportunity to have a private lunch with Master P and Romeo, Generational Wealth.
Wow. Wow. So woo, woo, let's give it up. Let's give it up. Tiffany Moore McIntosh, you are amazing. Everybody around the world is seeing you, and I know they are on the edge of their seats. Dr. Lotus Richey is in the house too, and I got to tell you, young lady, you are fire. Everybody, you need to snap. You need to drop them positive vibes, because Tiffany, you are doing it. You are here. You did more than a drop mic. You did a mouse drop. You did a cup drop, and every drop that there is. So, Tiffany, I want to congratulate you on your upcoming event, the 6 Figure Chicks. I am the biggest boss. I love that. For those of you that's just joining us, or for those of you that's been with us, make sure you check this out October 13th through the 16th. Tiffany, mastermind, brilliance. That's what I hear, and that's what I see exuding from you. I tell people note takers are money makers and note takers are change makers. And while you were talking, I was sitting here, oh my God, I had to keep my mic closed because I was just taking notes, because it is without question, when you change your mind, you change your money. And you are with some powerful folks that's changing minds, and they've changed their money. You've got Vivica Fox on this thing. Now, everybody knows Vivica Fox is a fantastic actress. She's an amazing businesswoman. You got her on there. You got Romeo. He's going to sing us to some sweetness and help us get our mind wrapped around our business. And then you got one of my favorite of all time, Dr. Eric Kelly. I said Kelly, but hopefully he'll be there. Dr. Eric Thomas. Oh my God. How bad do you want it? Do you want it as bad as you want the air that you breathe? Then you've got what? Dr. Nissi Hamilton. She's going to be there. Then you got Antonia Griffin. She's going to be there. You've got Mr. Ali is going to be in the house. Oh my goodness. And you've got so many more people that's just going to light up the stage. How did you do it? We want to know.
Inquiring minds want to know, right? Yes. And I think you're looking at my old flyer because we have some different people that's gonna be there. But so yeah, we're gonna have Vivica Fox, and it's funny that you said that because when Vivica and I did our Instagram live, I did an Instagram live interview with her on June the 4th of this year. And that's the funny thing. So my husband and I also have an entertainment business, so I can get any celebrity that I want. But this is the thing, Dr. Lotus, I don't just get celebrities for names. I have a name of my own. I've built an empire for the last 14 years. They have to be conducive to my brand. They have to. So I couldn't get a person that like a Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon was born into billions of dollars. Nick Cannon can't tell me how to get it out the mud because he never had to. So therefore, I have to get people that come from humble beginnings, and no shade to Nick. That ain't his fault. His dad and them had money, But I'm just saying, those kind of people, my audience. Nobody was born with a silver spoon in their mouth, and nobody was born to money. Yes. They had to create money. That's how you that's how you make money. You have to create things. I remember my father telling me, Lord rest his soul, because over these last 16 months, it's very personal for me, Dr. Lotus. Over the last 16 months, I lost both of my parents, not just my dad. I lost my mom last year in September, and this is something that we have been talking about for 13 years. If you go back and look in the Bible, how long was Joseph in prison? This is why I keep telling people, I am Joseph. Yes, my birth certificate says Tiffany, but I am Joseph because Joseph went to the pit for something he didn't do, but he became a great ruler and went to the palace. That's why my book is called From the Pit to the Palace. So what I did was I went out here and I did the work, Dr. Lotus. I did the work. I didn't want to be a fraud on the stage saying I'm making this and I'm doing that. I wanted to put in the work, and I documented that journey over the last 14 years for people to see me do it. I got Vivica Fox. So this is the thing. I got her. And like you said, she's a great actress. That is the thing. A lot of people, when they see Vivica, that's the first thing they think. Oh, she's an actress.
Yeah. But she's a brilliant mind, though.
She is not only is she a brilliant mind, the same thing my mentor taught me about multiple streams of income.
Yes.
Somebody taught her the same thing. So she has a hairline like me.
Yep.
Vivica also, a lot of people don't know this. This is what she told me in the interview. If y'all go to my Instagram, I'm the number 6 and then figure, and then chick is CHIC, no K on the end. If you go back and watch our interview, that's the first thing we talked about. We talked about, people just assume like she's this great actress. She said, Tiffany, all of these years I've been acting, I never bought my dream home.
Yes.
And I looked at her, I said, really?
Yep.
She said, yes. She said, when the pandemic came, what it showed me is that I had to activate my other streams of income that God gave me to get wealth. I had to activate that. She said, so I started to take my real estate more serious. So guys, Vivica is also a master real estate agent. And what she did in COVID was she sold so many houses, she was able to purchase her own dream home.
Exactly. Wow, that's awesome.
On Instagram, it's under Tiffany McIntosh, but it's my name on Instagram is Six Figure Chick, because I have a women's group called Six Figure Chick. So if you're looking at the Coach Tiffany McIntosh Instagram, it won't be on there. It's going to be on my Six Figure Chick Instagram. And you guys can go back and watch the interview from Vivica and I. And this is what she does. She gives back to the Black community.
Yes.
So if anybody is thinking about going to do, they want to act, this is the place you need to be, because her way to give back to the community is she's helping Black and brown people do their own short films.
I love it.
And she's also the host of my fashion show, because we're having a fashion show as well. And y'all know Vivica like to dress up, baby. She like to put it on. So who better to host the fashion show than the queen of fashion? So that's going to be Thursday night, October the 13th. We're going to be at the JW Marriott at the Galleria. We're going to have a welcome to Houston party. We're going to have a welcome to the Biggest Boss party. Then we're going to have a meet and greet with Vivica on Thursday. And then her and I are going to have a fireside conversation. And I'm going to interview her and all of that. And then after the interview, we'll take a short intermission, baby. And then we're going to have a night of fashion. So you're going to see some of the top Black entrepreneurs who are clothing designers, who bad to the bone, and everybody that look like them need to be sporting their clothes, because this is the thing. We are some of the biggest spenders in the world, but the least supporters of each other. So I made sure I pulled some of the baddest, and I pulled in my own designer that designed all my dresses and pantsuits and stuff. So you guys are going to get an opportunity to meet her on Friday.
So wait a minute, Tiffany, you know I'm going in. You know we want some of the secret sizzling sauce right now. We need some names. We know they're going to be powerful because they're sitting right next to you, and you don't mess with no junk. You bring in the best of the best. So tell us who you're bringing, who the speakers are, who the designers are. We want to know.
Okay. So Mr. Tim Thorne is one of the baddest suit designers on the planet. He is actually designing all of my husband's pieces that he's going to be wearing throughout the weekend. So he is very, 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 very top class. Y'all might want to go look him up on Facebook, Instagram, something like that. I got Vontae Fashions coming in, who is my nephew. He also designs suits. Y'all go look him up. It's Trayvon Gordon on Facebook. We have my designer, Leisha Weeks, who's actually going to be there. She's coming in from Florida. Y'all go look her up. I mean, it's so many of them. They're coming from everywhere. Ohio, Florida, Georgia, Texas. They're coming from all over the planet, literally. And then some of my speakers, of course, you know, the hip hop preacher, Eric Thomas himself is going to be in the building. Mr. 120. They call me Erica Thomas, if you can't tell. So I'm going first, and then I'm going to bring up ET. So we're going to hit y'all with the boom, boom, 1-2 punch. So if wherever I don't hit you, he going to hit you, right? So he'll be on Friday. Friday is his day. Master P and Romeo is Saturday, and we're even incorporating the children. So children, they're on Saturday, they're going to get a chance to come all day to be part of these mastermind workshops, to learn entrepreneurship. And then guys, we're going to have some of the G Unity kids. So 50 Cent has a entrepreneurship program here in Texas that he connected with the HISD school system. And these are entrepreneurs who are 13, 14, 15. I think the oldest one is 16 years old.
Awesome.
Who created some things that when I say these little black and brown kids are dope, they are dope. They done thought of some stuff I would never, ever think of. They have a gentleman that you guys are going to get a chance to meet. I think he's like 14. He created a glove for the Major League Baseball League that is made out of a special material so that their hands don't get injured, because a lot of them have to have like surgery after they're out the league.
Exactly.
And stuff, because those balls go 100 and something miles an hour.
Exactly.
So the glove that he created actually absorbs the impact.
The impact.
So he's going to be at the event, the G Unity kids. So, because it's one thing for the children to see a successful adult. It's another thing for them to see successful children just like them. We're going to have a performance from the D2D kids. Those kids are bad to the bone. They performed everywhere. They performed at the Super Bowl. Actually, the weekend before my event, they got called by Disney World. So they're going to perform at Disney World the weekend before my event. We're going to have the No Limit Records, Mr. Sean Ross in the building.
Awesome.
He is over No Limit Records. He does a lot of things for and with Master P and No Limit Records. We're going to have Dr. Niecy Hamilton in the room. Y'all know, guys, she is making buzzes all over the world. She been to the White House and changed laws for human trafficking of Black people. She is the face for human trafficking. She has stopped. She is out here putting in the work. She just did an amazing event herself on human trafficking. And when I say it was an elegant, packed out, sold out experience. Also, my friend, network owner, the Believe in Your Dreams Network will be there, guys, because I am launching my own TV network at the event. And on that same network is Mr. Les Brown. So y'all gonna see a video from Les himself, because we just did an anthology together a couple of weeks ago, Les Brown and I. So Dr. Nicole Peters will be in the building. My daughter, who is a serial entrepreneur, 23 years old, and she's going to show them how to make money before 25, how to become successful. Awesome. We're going to have Mr. Buyback the Block himself, Mr. Chris Senegal. He went from fixing flips to buying whole blocks and then making sure that every person that looks like you own a piece of your own neighborhood. We're going to have Miss Deanna Green. Miss Deanna Green is also the boss chick of Houston. She is bad to the bone when it comes to the real estate game. She owns her own brokerage. Guys, she has some bad real estate agents up under her. My business partner and namesake, we're going to have Tiffany D. Berry in the room. Her and I actually just launched our very own affiliate marketing program called the Money Shift. All things money. So we're going to introduce you guys to our money program. The founder and owner of Rain Seed International, which is a health and wellness company that I just partnered with on yesterday. We're going to roll that out at the event to show you how to get wealth and health at the same time. But, you know, I had to incorporate the preachers.
Amazing.
Because what I was tired of, I was actually tired of church people being broke, having the brokest mentality. So on Sunday, you're going to hear from Dr. Shakira McFadden. She's actually one of my sisters in Christ and my clients. So you guys will see her on billboards and stages all over the world. She got millions of followers on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Go follow her, Dr. Shakira McFadden. She has an amazing story. Wait till y'all hear her story. But we're not going to even start on Sunday until 1:00, because Saturday night, every news station you can think of, the Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee will be in the room from the White House. We're going to have Mayor Turner in the building. We're going to have State Representative Ron Reynolds and Al Green in the building. So anybody that's somebody will be in the building on Saturday night. And because we are still looking for sponsors for these kids, we still got about 35 more kids that need a sponsor to be able to attend this event. It's $299 a kid. I put up 6 figures of my own money because I wanted to pour back into the community. Even though I'm not from here, God sent me here on assignment 5 years ago. So Saturday night, we're going to have a black tie, red carpet event where we pulling out all the stops. And you know, we're going to give away Lifetime Achievement Awards. We're going to give away Global Humanitarian Awards to the people who are sponsoring these children, because I need them to see people that are actually, you know, pouring back into these children, not just going on Facebook or Instagram, taking pictures and saying they're doing it, but they are actually doing what they said that they're going to do. We're also
so hold on. I got to stop you. Pardon me for stopping you, because we're getting so many comments in while you're speaking. We're getting people from all over the world. We've got people from the Philippines. We've got people from Africa. We've got people from everywhere listening, and they're making comments. So I want to share some of the comments, and then they've got some questions because they want to know how they can sponsor. They want to know how much is the ticket? How can I get there? So let me read some of the comments. Monique Mormon, she wrote, "Thank you, Tiffany, for lifting up the community and sharing your gifts so that those coming up after you can do the same thing." And so then thank you for that, Monique. We appreciate that. And then we have the phenomenal poet, Yamija Jubilee. She is there, Dr. Yamija Jubilee. She is there. She is saying wow and congratulations and letting you know she is listening to you. And then we have Kay all the way from the Philippines. She says, "Thank you for sharing your message. We have the power to change our life and our situation." And she said, wow.
I want some Ponzit. I have a very big Filipino team that I coach, and I want some Ponzit. Those are my family.
There you go.
I think I was Filipino in my last life.
I know that's right. And Tamar De Leon says it is very important to set a good example, like on how to handle business. We learn a lot from experts, and she's coming in all the way from the Philippines. And she says, "Watching from the Philippines, good to see you in that red jacket, Dr. Lotus Rashay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it." And so folks from all around the world, we thank you for chiming in and sharing this information around the world with your networks, what Tiffany is doing for her upcoming event. So Tiffany, what's the cost for people to come in? And I heard you say everybody that somebody's going to be there. How is the Black Business Expo and Black Business Olympics going to be there? And you got to let me know how the Lotus Rashay Ignite Show can help you and sponsor a child. Let us know.
Absolutely. So those that are tuning in from around the world, this is the vision that God gave me, Dr. Lotus. 20,000 people I want to tune in from around the globe, because this is the thing. They're going to go into an actual virtual stadium. Yes. They're going to be able to interact, and on breaks, I'm going to interact with them. I'm still giving away stuff, the things that people, because I understand, because I have a large following. I told you I have a team of 4,500 people in my travel. I own a travel business. I have a team of 4,500 people in the UK alone. That's just one country that I have a team in. So they like, "Coach, we got to have so it's not going to be recorded. It's actually going to be live, like we're doing right now. It's not going to be a recording that you're going to go back and watch. Go to thebiggestbossconference.com and go get your virtual ticket right now. That can help us even pour more money, because my thing was, Dr. Lotus, I never wanted to make, I host big events all the time, and my goal was never to make money off of the events, because I already make money on my products, my services. You know, I'm a coach. I got coaching and paraphernalia and clothing. So I make money at the event. I just be wanting to cover the event and be able to pour back into the community. And the reason why I'm doing this stuff with these kids, because I never want them to have the experience that I had. So I'm from where it's very racist. It became a little bit more personal for me a couple of months ago when the police in my city where I'm from gunned down Jalen Walker, who was an unarmed Black man, and shot him 60-something times. To hear his mother scream, because see, where I'm from is real little. They call it the 7-minute city. You can walk from one side of town to the other side of town. So therefore, everybody is connected some kind of way. And when I heard the scream of that lady, I said, Lord, I gotta get more people that look like me in the room. I gotta get more people like me online to see this information. I gotta change their minds so we can change their money. So we don't gotta be poor and black. So we don't have to take a deal on a charge that we didn't do like I did. But that was my story. That was my journey. I had to go there. I didn't just go to jail for me. I went to jail for every person that's part of this network, for every person that I coach and teach, for every child that's out there that said, look, my current situation says I'm in the projects, but my mama, Lord rest her soul, told me it's not where you live, it's how you live. It's how you do things. So my goal is to change 10 million kids' lives across the world. And I have some spiritual parents. They go all over the world on mission trips and preach. And they're on the wall 7 days a week doing prayer and covering me in prayer, because this is not an easy task. So if it tells you it takes a village to raise one child, imagine what it takes to change a whole dynamic, a whole community, a whole state. So I need the Black Business Network to join forces with me, to lock arms with me, to sponsor these kids, because I want them to see, just because of where they are, that's not where they got to stay. They don't have to stay in that situation. I want them to see Black excellence. See, I didn't see Black excellence until I was 30. That was 14 years ago. I want them to see Black excellence at 9 and 10, and let them know you don't have to be a ball player. You can get your money from here. I don't want them to be in a box and say, you got to go to the NFL. You got to go to the NBA to be successful. No, you can be successful with the gift. The Bible says your gift will make room for you. Football, your mama might have wanted you to play football, but football may not be your gift. Your gift may be getting on stages in rooms for people to see you and listen to what you have and let you pour into what they have. You may not be able to impact nobody from no football field, but you can impact them from a stage.
Hello.
So we got 40 kids. Yeah, I just looked at the list. I thought we had 35. We got 40 kids that still need a sponsor. It's $2.99 a kid. And guess what? That covers them all their mastermind sessions with all of those people. It covers their private lunch with Master P and Romeo.
Whoa. Did you say $299 per child?
That's it. I told you. I'm not trying to break nobody. I'm not trying to get over on nobody. It's only $299 a kid, and they're going. And you know what Eric Thomas costs? Eric Thomas by himself.
Yes,
is $60,000 plus expenses. Okay,
I know what Les Brown costs. Okay. Hello.
Okay. And we did that on the Macintosh Fund, because when God gives me a vision, I didn't get a sponsor until about 4 weeks ago when the Girls and Boys Club. Thank you, LaMarcus and Amber Newman. Y'all go follow them on Facebook and Instagram. Amber is the very first African-American CEO of the Girls and Boys Club. They sponsor 40 children right away.
Right.
40 children that are coming from low-income neighborhoods. She sponsored 40 of the Girls and Boys Club to be able to come to learn, to be able to get this information.
Wow. So let me say this to all of you around the world. It doesn't matter what country you're coming in from. And when you stream in, let us know what country you're streaming in from. We want to know. Wherever you are on the planet,
they can live stream.
You can sponsor. You can live stream and you can sponsor. It's only $2.99.
That's it.
You can sponsor. And by the way, Tiffany, look in your chat, because I know that the Lotus Richey Ignite show is sponsoring one of your children.
Thank you so much.
We don't want to just talk about it, folks. Absolutely. We want to be about it. See, this is why the Black Business Olympics and the Black Business Network is so profound, because we help bring people together all around the world to support initiatives just like what you're doing, Tiffany. And I got to tell you, sister, you are phenomenal the people that you are bringing together all around the world to support our young children. And see, this is a part of what the Black Business Olympics does. This is why we do what we do, to do something for the children. Because let's face it, if we don't teach our children to have the 7 and the 8 and the 10 streams of income coming in, who's going to teach them?
Absolutely.
And you have taken up the mantle
we're getting ready to be in especially in there saying we're getting ready to be in a global recession. I don't claim that. I'm not being a part of that.
Because it's what you think about. It's what you think about all day long. You know, when you talk about harnessing your thoughts, and that's one of my new books, Harnessing Your Thoughts, Take the Reins, Control Your Life and Win. When you take the reins of your own thoughts and you change the way our children think about wealth and change the way people, the parents think, because let's face it, a lot of our parents didn't know about wealth. They weren't taught that in schools. I've got a master's in business, Tiffany, and you know what? They never taught me about wealth, but they did send me a bill.
Come on. And I tell them that all the time. My multimillionaire friends don't have now don't get me wrong. I don't knock education, but I didn't teach my children the broke mentality my parents taught me.
Exactly.
See, where a lot of parents make a mistake is that they want to vicariously live through their children.
Hello.
And then they try to put their lives, because they didn't do it, off on their children. Then they wonder why they commit suicide and why they're depressed and all of this stuff, and why they're in an identity crisis, because that was never their life. That was supposed to be your life. Now, if you mess that up, that's on you. What I told my children was, if you want to go to school, because my multi-millionaire friends don't have a college education. None of them.
Hello.
One has an 8th grade education. But wait a minute, because college teaches you how to be a great employee.
Yes, like not a great entrepreneur.
But they never taught you how to be a boss. I tell my children, if you want to go to school, even my 14-year-old is an entrepreneur. My 3-year-old grandson is getting ready to drop his own clothing line. 3.
Yes.
But I told my children, if you want to go to school, get a good education, and employ the people whose parents taught them to get the good job. Exactly. You be the CEO. Why? Because the CEO the only one that's winning. The CEO on the golf course while you on mandatory overtime. You had counseling with your kids because they never see you, so they acting out for attention. But he had all those Chelsea recitals. That don't add up. Then he telling you what you worth.
Exactly. And here's another thing that I think a lot of people don't tell their children. They don't tell them that they're about their value. See, Dr. Kelly talks to so many people around the world about their value. And he often says, if you don't value your value, then your value has no value. So we've got to do more with our children. And first and foremost, it's got to start with ourselves. We got to start unlearning some of the nonsense that we've learned in school, out of school, in churches, at these jobs. We've got to unlearn this ridiculous thinking that we've been doing. And then we've got to share that new system of thinking with our children, because they're going to share it with their friends and their friends and their friends and their friends. And see, you said something earlier when I was listening to you about your circle and about being in a strong circle. You didn't use these words, but what I got from it was you got to be in a strong circle so that the people that you're around, you can't be the smartest person in the group. If you're the smartest person or the wealthiest person in the group, then you're in the wrong group. You need another group that's going to empower and enrich you.
Because that means you teaching everybody. That means you're paying for everything. Your crew defines you. I used to get so upset back in the day. I used to get upset when they say birds of a feather flock together. I'm like, I'm not like her. They're like, well, why are you hanging with her then? Yep. So it is true. And the reason why it stung so bad, because a lot of times the truth hurt, right?
And because you were one of the birds flying in the same do nothing direction. That's what I call it. It's a do nothing direction when you flying with birds of a feather that are going nowhere together. But what you're talking about is you are flying with birds that's doing something, that's making moves, and that are going somewhere together, because let's face it, that's a part of what the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics does. And that's what your brand does. That's what my brand does. This is what we do. We empower, we inspire, and we fly together because we're greater together than separated apart.
Absolutely. It's collaboration over competition, because there are power in numbers. There's power in numbers. And where someone may be weak, another person may be strong. That's why they call me the collaboration queen, you know, because if I stay in my lane, Dr. Lotus, because it ain't no traffic over there. I don't try to do your work. I do my work. I do my calling. I don't want what God got for you. I want what God has for me. And then we can come together as one and then, you know, work together.
Yes. Okay. So check this out. Tiff, we've got someone named Kimberly Rozier out of New Jersey, I think Passaic, New Jersey. She says positivity. We've got Angela Elting out of Washington, D.C. She said this discussion is on fire. And yes, it is. And Ann Jubilee, Dr. Yamaja Jubilee says this is totally awesome. So thank you, everybody, for sharing. So very quickly, Tiff, can we just check in with folks and see if they have a question? Would you be willing to take at least maybe 2 or 3 questions from our worldwide viewers? So folks, if you have any questions from Tiffany, it doesn't matter what it is. You might want to say, well, Tiffany, how'd you get started? Maybe you weren't here when she shared that. You might want to say, Tiffany, how can I support your children? You might not have been here for that. Whatever your question is, put it in the chat right now, and I'll do my level best to get your question answered. And now I know we got people from all around the world. We may not be able to get all of your questions, but you can definitely DM her later on. You can DM me later on, or DM the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics, and we'll get that question to her and get an answer for you. So while you're doing that, we're waiting on your questions. Go ahead, and I want to check in very quickly, Tip. Let me ask you this. When you decided to do the event that you're doing, did you realize how huge this was going to be when you first got started?
So I did, because I told you I wrote that letter to God in 2007 when it was nobody but me. This was birthed in a prison cell with 3 strangers. Okay. Wow. I wrote that letter to God and told him that I wanted, and he showed me this. Mm-hmm. And I thought it was me speaking on stages at network marketing conferences, because I've been on stages and got award. You go through my, been a keynote speakers. I thought that was it. He said, no, yes, we're going bigger. We're going bigger. He said, this is just a stepping stone. Yes, this is just a stepping stone. This is the way that you're going to meet people, that you're going to personally develop and grow. This is where you're going to change your mindset. I remember reading this book, and I want you to get it, Dr. Lotus, if you don't have it, and everybody that's around the world.
Hold on, Tip. For those of you that don't have your notebook, she's getting ready to give you some life-changing information. She said, Dr. Lotus, but you know how I am. I got to share the wealth. Get your notepad, get your pen, and get ready to write down what she's giving to us, because you are our friends. Okay, Tip, we are ready. Everybody got your notepad? Let's get it.
So I remember getting my mentor telling me to get this book, and it, because we say when we change our mind, we change our money, right?
Yes.
I want you to get this book called The Top 10 Distinctions Between Millionaires and the Middle Class by Keith Cameron Smith. That book changed my life, because if you think like a middle class person, you will always get middle class money. You got to think like the people you want to become. And even sitting in that space, in that chapter of my life, sitting in that cell, when it's just me and God. And this is the funny part about it. That was one of the freest moments I had in my life. Like, they had my body, but they didn't have my mind.
Yes.
So it was one of the freest times. And I wrote that letter, and I told God what I wanted to do, how I wanted to impact women that have been through some of the things I've been through. Because I have a 25-year-old son from a rape. So I tell people, I thank God I don't look like what I've been through. I wrote a book about it. It's called From the Pit to the Palace. How I went from my Joseph Pitt experience to now being, and I'm very humble about what I do. I love on people. I'm never too big. I'm very personable. Sometimes I'm too friendly. My husband say, like, look, you need to stop. He be mad at me, but I can't help the way God made me, how my heart is. So get that book, because that book is going to change your mind, your thinking, and it's going to change your money. Let me ask you a question, Dr. Lotus.
Yes.
Do you think, because this is what changed, this was the question that changed my mind, my life. Do you think rich people should get free stuff?
Wow. You know, that's an interesting question. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the higher your credit is, the more money you make, the more free stuff you get.
No, I'm saying, for instance, let's say you came to my conference. Let's say you were a Jay-Z or a Beyonce. And I say everything in here, they don't pay for no tickets. They get in for free. They this, they that, or they go somewhere. The meal is free. The people give them expensive gifts. Do you think that wealthy people should get free stuff? Do you think a person maybe that is a middle-class person should take somebody out to an elaborate dinner that has 80 times the income that they have? Do you think a person that's on a regular caliber should treat a Beyonce to a
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is what I believe. This is one of my new books. Money does grow on trees.
It do.
How do you see money?
Like you've been to one of my trainings.
So here's the thing. This is what people don't know about seed money, and this goes back to my book I told you about, harnessing your thoughts. See, when you think poor, you're gonna be poor. But if you use seed money, because money does grow on trees, where does money come from? Money comes from the trees. Where does trees come from? The Most High created the tree, and the Most High created the person that made the machine, the ink that makes the money. So you got to seed, you got to plant. Okay, this is where I'm going. You got to plant, you got to send that seed money forward. So quite naturally, Tiffany, when I see you, yes, I'm going to treat you to dinner. Yes, I would treat a Beyonce. Yes, I would treat a Les Brown. Yes, I would treat my favorite guy, Eric Thomas.
The average person does not think wealthy people should get free stuff. So you get where I'm going with this. And somebody is asking, do I have a business in Asia and Africa? And yes, the company that I just partnered with, Rain, which is a health and wellness company world, and I'm also I also have a crypto company that I'm in that's in all of those parts of the world. So I have teams already in Africa, in Asia, in different places. On Facebook, I'm author Tiffany Moore McIntosh. You can always inbox me. On Instagram, I'm Six Figure Chick, the number 6, and then figure and chick is CHIC. So it's $2.99 for the kids, but a person can tune in virtually all 4 days for $97.
So
all
Tiffany,
4 days to get all of the tea, to get all of the information, to be a part of that, like you're sitting in the room. And we need the Black Business Network to help us fill up that virtual stadium. See, they can go to thebiggestbossconference.com and get a virtual ticket. Don't just get one, get 5 and bless somebody with them.
Exactly. So Tiffany, I want to introduce you to my sister, my friend, Mireille Tulakima. She's in Australia because someone asked if you were in Australia. She is an oil and gas mogul. Mireille, how you doing, sis?
I'm doing great. It's just, this platform is on fire. I'm just like, taking notes and, so excited. And thank you, Tiffany, for, enlightening, the platform. And you're doing some great thing. And I'm the one who asked the question about, if you have some presence in this part of the world and in Africa as well, just to know exactly how, I can help and collaborate.
Absolutely. Let's collaborate. Let's talk. Let's Zoom. We can do whatever we need to do to make sure that our people on that side of the globe is having the best experience and are winning on a big scale. I don't want people to win on a small scale. They may start off small, but I've never been a small thinker. I'm like my daddy. I've always thought big. So that's why even when God gave me this vision, he woke me up at 3:45 in the morning. and said, do it. And I'm like, oh my God. When I start tallying up the numbers, I said, wait a minute. The venue itself is almost 100,000. And then Eric Thomas, by the time we put in the security detail and all the first class flights and the hotel and the food, that's gonna probably be close to 100,000 because he's 60 just to speak. And I'm like, Lord, why I'm coming up with all this money? And we ain't even got the Vivica and her entourage or Master P and his entourage. So I'm like, Lord, where I'm about to get $400,000 to put on the event. He said, just trust me. Trust me. Amen. And I put up 6 figures of our money, never asked for a sponsor until about 2 months ago. And I got my very first sponsor with the girls and the boys club because I would never ask anybody to do something that I wasn't willing to do. I wanted to fuel my own dream first, and then invite other people in. But I know after this event, this will never happen again. We will never have to be asking for sponsors because they're going to come in like clockwork. And this is the thing. Anybody that does 5 or more children, you actually are going to get an award. We'll ship it to them. They're able to put their logos on all of our marketing material, including our step and repeat. And they're also able to send in a 30-second to 1-minute video about them and their business. And we're going to show it throughout the entire event.
That's magnificent. So very quickly, I want to step in. Kimberly Rozier from Passaic, New Jersey. I think that's where Kim's at. She said, just checking in, is this event virtual as well?
Yes. So they can go to the biggestbossconference.com and get a virtual ticket. All 4 days are only $97. You're going to be able to interact just like if you were in that room. And I believe that the Black Business Network can help us get those 10,000 people that we want in that virtual stadium, all from all over the planet, all over the globe, to be able to tune in and get that experience and be able to interact with us, because it's not going to be recorded. This is going to be live stream.
Live. And Natural Noir is saying that they love this, and they're also saying what you're doing and what the Black Business Olympics is doing is bridging these generational gaps.
Absolutely.
Because there are gaps generational, there are gaps globally. But look what we're doing here today. We've got Mireille Tulakima, a powerhouse in oil and gas in Australia. You've talked about folks that are in Africa. You've talked about folks that are in other places around the world, in Asia, that you're doing business with. And Mireille, myself, and so many that are watching are all around the world, and we're all connected. And you are bridging gaps. So we want to salute you, Tiffany, for bridging the gaps.
So let me say this to you, ladies, and if you're going to be able to make it, I hope you guys can come. So I'm going to give y'all a sneak peek of something that I'm doing at the conference. So usually I do conferences all the time. A lot of my conferences is business and ministry. I always keep God first in everything I do because I know where my help comes from. So a lot of my things I've done up into the Biggest Boss Conference has been women empowerment and ministry through Six Figure Chicks, because this conference is even being put on by Six Figure Chicks. Six Figure Chicks presents the Biggest Boss Conference. So it's men and women. But the weekend before Mother's Day, May 5th through the 7th, I am having a conference. I'm rolling out at the event. Y'all getting a sneak peek. It's called Woman on Fire.
Whoa.
I'm bringing some of the top 10 celebrity guest women in the industry of business and in ministry. I would love to have some women off of this platform to join me to continue to bridge the gap, because we're going to teach these little girls, you don't got to shake your butt. You don't got to get on here and get half naked. I want you to have beauty and brains, but understand your worth. We're going to have some of the top women, first ladies from around the world. We're going to have some basketball wives in the room. I'm just giving y'all, I ain't giving no names. I ain't going to drop no names yet. We're going to have some football wives in the room. We're going to have some.
Now we know to know the names.
We're going to have some top actresses that y'all probably watching right now on TV in the room. And when I tell you that lineup is stellar, but I would love to have some women who's going to help me with this upcoming conference to say, look, we were part of the Biggest Boss Conference, and now we're part of the Women on Fire Conference, and now they get to see you on the stage, see you interacting, bring your business, bring your paraphernalia, bring your marketing material, because let me tell y'all something. The lineup that I have, we're not going to be able to do a hotel like I'm doing this time. Yeah. We are actually looking at the NRG Center where the Texans play.
Wow. Yes, the stadium.
We are also looking at we put in several proposals. We are looking at the NRG Center. We are also looking at the Smart Financial Center, and we're looking at the Toyota Center, because that is the kind of place we're going to need when y'all find out who's coming.
And so are we talking about Ohio, or are we talking about Texas? Where are we talking about?
So I live in Texas. I live in Houston, Texas.
I just left Texas on Monday.
Oh, Lord.
In Houston. Oh, my God.
Wow. You got to come back. So I am an Ohio girl. My husband and I was sent here on assignment 5 years ago, 1 week before Hurricane Harvey. We moved here. We stayed here 7 days, and then boom, the hurricane hit. That was our welcome to Texas, right?
Hello.
So we live in Texas. This will be in Houston, Texas. This will be a sold out event because once we promote this from the stage at the Biggest Boss Conference, what I'm going to do is anybody that's virtual and anybody that's actually in the room that is part of the event, whether it's virtual or in person, I'm going to give y'all 48 hours to get y'all tickets for 50% off. And that's 48 hours to get your tickets 50% off, because when you see who's going to be in the room, and the reason why I'm saying this, let me tell y'all something. This lineup, so y'all know this lineup is serious, because the lineup is going to cost $2.5 million.
Hello.
So I'm just letting y'all know the value of who gonna be in that room. And I would love to grab some women. Y'all can email me be a sixfigurechick@gmail.com. So it's BEA, the number 6 figure, and then chick is CHIC @gmail. If you want to be a vendor, if you want to be, because when I tell you we're gonna have exhibit spaces, it's not just gonna be regular vendor spots. We're going to have exhibit spaces because of where this event, it will sell out. I won't even be surprised if it sells out in the first 30 days. I'm just going to be honest, because all of these people have a following. Yes. And if we have to get like the Smart Financial can only hold 6,000 people. Oh, wow. You know, the Toyota Center holds the upper end of 17,000 people. So we will not be able to do a hotel, because it's gonna be like Pastor Mike said, it's gonna be big. So we're gonna be able to bring the young girls in and minister and help them at the same time to start their business. The face of it will be my 14-year-old daughter. She just turned 14 on Tuesday, and she owns her own cosmetic line. Our 12-year-old, she just turned 12 in July. She has her own skin, baby. When I tell you she'll get your skin looking flossy and glossy. So she has her own cosmetic line. And I'm going to bring some other children from around the world, right, who are major entrepreneurs to come in that room. And the men is on my back, because they keep saying, let's do men on fire and women on fire. Now, if we do men and women on fire, we definitely going to need the NRG Center.
Yes.
Exactly. Y'all know Pastor Keon live here, and you know I got to bring Pastor Keon. I'm just
awesome. Okay, wow. Awesome. It is, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, I don't even know how to summarize all of this. We'll have to go and watch it again to unpack all the, all the input and all the tips and everything that you've shared. And I really encourage, the audience to follow you, to email you, to get more information, and to, connect over a call or whatever they can do, because that's just amazing. Really, really amazing. We thank you, Tiffany, for putting the house on fire and and really bringing all this energy here for us. And for the audience, you see what it is, the Black Business Olympics. That's what it's all about. Yes. Putting this house on fire and inspiring people and inspiring you to get in touch with your greatness and really follow the best and integrating whatever the everybody is sharing here. In this case, Tiffany was just, I don't know what to say, just amazing. It's just out of this world. So thank you so much. Thank you. Before you leave, any last message that you want to leave the audience with before we call it a day for you?
Guys, your current situation is not your final destination. This is just a chapter in your book, because I know all of what the world has been dealing with over the last almost 3 years. Just know, if you still here, God still has a plan for you. He still has greatness inside of you, and you may not feel like that, but still get up every day and thank him that you're in your right mind, that wherever you are, you're grateful, because you got to be thankful and grateful for where you are now to go to where he's taking you to. Lock arms with some of these beautiful, amazing Black people that are doing great things around the world. And guess what? I'm going to ask you, please be a supporter of your sisters and brothers, because we are the biggest spenders in the world, but the least supporters of our own people. Support. And if I can leave you with anything, if God did it for me, I'm just a kid from Akron. I'm just a girl from Akron that wasn't dealt a great hand, but guess what? I'm not a victim, I'm a victor. And so are you. So keep pushing, keep pressing. I don't care what it looks like in the natural. Don't go by what it looks like in the spirit. Don't forget what he said because of what you see right now. Keep going, keep pressing, keep supporting and uplifting one another. And guys, let's keep impacting the world, one family at a time, one child at a time. And I look forward to seeing y'all at the beach or at the bank, but definitely not at the bottom, because it's way too crowded. Thank you so much for having me, y'all.
Thank you so much. This is what greatness is all about. Janice is coming, and we'll see you on the other side. Whoa. So wow. After this fire, it's just, it's amazing, what she brought, and that's really what we need. That's really what we need as a community. This is what we need to inspire the young generation that we want to support, and we really have to continue to push, because there's still a lot to do. But it's a breath of fresh air to have all of that. So just before we move to our next speaker, just want to remind you of the mission of the Black Business Expo, which is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and key 12 entrepreneur. And this expo is a fundraiser, and you are welcome to really participate. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App, and the reference is below. It's scrolling below on the screen. Just to give you an idea, it's the $BBXA, and our goal is
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
So welcome back. We are going to follow with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Monique. Monique is gonna come and talk. It's going to be an interview, so we'll get to a little bit about the story of Monique and, especially as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. Just a little bit of background about Monique. She is a two-time bestseller author, an entrepreneur, a drummer, a mother, a grandmother, and she is originally from Brooklyn, New York, and now settled in District 8 MD. Monique has always had the heart of a missionary and wanted to help, those in need whenever and however possible. So welcome, Monique. The platform is hot, it's on fire, so we welcome you. And before we start, the interview, just want to know exactly, if you can add more to the introduction and tell us, what more we need to know about you. What are the important things that we need to know about you?
Thank you so much. So what is important to know about me is that I am always working to serve and to be of service. I have a nonprofit organization, which is I Am My Brother's Keeper, and we work towards helping remove that stigma of mental illness and homelessness, because they're always put in that box. And I have incorporated my businesses so that everything is focused to lift up and support I Am My Brother's Keeper.
And so, as obviously, you have this philanthropic, spirit and heart. So what made you, to want to become an entrepreneur? Because I know that it's sometimes, very difficult. And we mentioned, and the previous speaker, Tiffany, mentioned the domestication that can be, a blocker for us to go into entrepreneurship. So what made you become an entrepreneur?
So I want to give accolades to my cousin, who was the one who gave me that push to look into owning my own business. So I also have a cleaning business, which is Monique's First Class Cleaning Business. And it was spearheaded because every time I would visit North Carolina, which is where my mother's home is, and I would visit, I would go, and if anyone needed a little cleaning, sweeping up, mopping, anything, I was always busy moving around and doing that. And she said, I can see you love this. I think you should create your own business, because why should you work for someone else when you can make your own money off of something you love? And that was the spearhead that just had me conscious enough to understand generational wealth and how to go about making it happen.
But if you want, I want you to go back and, really think about the mindset that you had, what was the shift? When did you, recognize that is really what I want? And what was the shift in your mindset to make it happen in a way?
The shift was when I wasn't happy in my current employment, and I just felt lost, and that I had not been in the right space. You can be in a place, but you have that knowledge that there's something not right here. And so from there, I started developing, you know, how I wanted to go about making this a reality. And that is what spearheaded my business.
And we know it's not an easy, you know, you can have the shift, but the implementation is not always easy. So one question that I have is, you know, what were the key challenges that you had to go through, and how did you navigate to be able to keep going and to really, you know, get to a successful outcome?
Absolutely. The challenges that I faced, because yes, as you stated, there are these challenges that come up and it tests you to see if you're prepared for the coming of the becoming of yourself. And so I ran into where everyone wanted to make a bargain on prices. There was always a thing about, well, how can I, you know, do something better than a whole team can do? Because when I started, it was just me. And so, you know, I ensured them that if there was something that they were not satisfied with, they would get the service done for free. Well, that just pushed them into, okay, well, let's see what you can do. And so from there, it just propelled into a network of, you know, if you need something clean, you need to talk with Monique. If she's really sweet, she, you know, she caters to your needs, she listens to you. And so that the heart of it just spoke to those who I was helping.
And sometimes you also have, you know, the resistance of people around you, basically always, you know, looking at what's risky, what's not going to work. So how did you actually manage that part? Because I can imagine that not everyone was actually, thinking of you becoming successful. So what are the key tools or any tips that you can share, you know, based on how you've been able to manage the adversity around you in your community or in your family, as far as, you know, your entrepreneurial journey is concerned?
Absolutely. So of course, you know, you have the naysayers that, you know, you can't really build on just one thing. You have to be able to have your safety net, net being working for someone else. But I encourage you to listen to yourself, go and pray with God, ask him for the guidance, because if he didn't give you the gift, then you wouldn't be able to do it. And you're not supposed to bury your gifts. You're supposed to share them. You're supposed to build upon them. And so I encourage you to just look into what it actually takes for you to build your business. Take and do, as, you know, Tiffany said, you have to take and be open. You have to strip down. You have to be able to adapt to new ideas that will help advance your business. And you have to be humble and take in productive criticism. It doesn't mean that someone is negative towards what you're doing. They want to see where your mindset is. They want to see how can you further your business. And so you listen, you network, you build upon what it is your vision originally was, and then you allow it to blossom into something more productive.
And I like what you're saying is, you know, not take, you know, the result or the feedback negatively. Really understand that, you know, it is another set of data for you to get to improve, you know, to get to deliver the best service, to get to grow your business, and not think about all the being that being a negative things for you, that or an attack, a personal attack. And that's when the understanding your values and your work comes in. And I wanted to ask you, how important is it for you to understand your worth, and not only your worth, and how it relates to your business?
So understanding your worth is not letting what people value you as your values. So you have to stick to what you originally had as your vision for your business. Your worth becomes so much more cited in people understanding what your business is when you project that. When you are able to project your worth and with confidence, it will make people want to know, well, what is she doing? What is he doing over there? That sounds like something that is positive that I want to know about. And it is so much more valuable to you once you understand your worth, once you understand that no one can take it from you unless you give it away.
And that's what one of the speaker previously was saying. It is your gift, and nobody can take your gift because it's been given to you, so nobody can take it away from you. You have to know your worth and really be confident with it. And it's sometimes very difficult, and especially when you start your entrepreneurial journey, your business. Some people, start with scare, very, very vulnerable and scary. And especially a lot of people actually get into entrepreneurship because something bad happened, and they're basically forced to get into entrepreneurship. So what kind of advice would you give, to those who are ready to start their own businesses, whether it's from their own will, or if they just want to get, a lot of people just want to get this freedom and get away from a 9-to-5, thinking that it's gonna be easy. So what kind of advice, based on your own experience, will you give them?
I would advise to keep pushing forward. Never devalue your vision, because it's something that needs to be shared, and never place it in a box. So for me, I was able to combine my businesses to support and uplift my nonprofit. And so therefore, you have to always want to give more to yourself, give more to your business. Allow everything or every idea that is coming to you to be that enhancement to what you are doing, because it's only an enhancement all the time. You have to be able to move forward with technology, with what the consumer is looking for, what the needs are. And so therefore, you have to first put together your business plan. You have to know exactly how you want it to look. Once you do that, then you look into what's already out there. How can you make it better? How can you improve on that? And then from there, then you get the backing that you need, the support that you need. Or if you've saved already, then you can further look into making sure that wherever you want to be, you have enough to work with opening your business in the area. Even, past this point, like being in this pandemic right now that we're in, understand that you can also go global. You don't have to be stationary. You can be global. There's so much that you can do. You're not restrained, and don't restrain your mind in the mentality that you can't do it, because you can. It can be done, because as I said before, if the vision was given to you, it was for a purpose. It was for a reason, so that you could take and enhance others' lives by giving them the services that they need.
And it's right. I just took one of the point where you mentioned that we don't have to be limited by the geography. We can look at more angry about extending outside our own backyard and position ourselves and learn. I think sometimes that's what we forget, is that we can learn from people who are not in our community and how they run their businesses, and take ideas and integrate them into our businesses, so that it helps us to create a competitive advantage. And there's something that we see sometimes, as business ought to be everywhere. We see something is working, we want to go there. Something, there's a new product and we want to copy. So what do you think about that? What would you say to someone that has multiple ideas, want to get involved in multiple projects and products and services? How was your experience with this type of way of doing business, and what would what you said with doing this?
So I would definitely encourage for you not to shy away from collaborations in those instances, because sometimes your competition can be your biggest asset. Because if there's something that they can't supply, then you and your idea of what you've developed can supply that need to the next person. And then from there, you have the new network of, okay, well, if I couldn't get Monique's first class service to do the business for me, she recommended someone else to me, so I'm gonna go with that business. And then when the next person talks to them, they're like, okay, well, do you know so and so that can help me with my business that I need to do this? And so you develop that relationship within the collaborations, and therefore you build upon your own capital. You build upon making sure that you're getting out there, you're getting recognized, and also you're showing that you have the humility to work with others. And that is so very important when you're working with the public, and they just want to be reassured that they get the best service possible. And if you're showing them that you can work with another company, then they're not afraid to work with you. And so I just encourage the collaborations, the relationships that come from that, and to look for that door that will open and take you into the next level of your business.
And collaboration has been, it's the new, basically one of the new currency right now. We've seen it has been shown by the doing business during the pandemic, but also all the disruption with all the digital, the internet and everything that is happening online. So it's a different ball game now to be a business owner. So how, in all of this uncertainty, volatility, ambiguity, and whatever it's happening, how do you see, as a business owner, where do you see your business in the next 5 years, 5 to 6 years? How do you see yourself in the future?
Thank you for that question. So I see more locations added to my businesses. I see more funding, especially with my nonprofit, I Am My Brother's Keeper, because we're working on making sure that those in need have some type of shelter, as far as even if it's a tent that they can use temporarily until they can get housing. If there's those that are in need of therapy, we're working on getting those on board to be a regular contributor to the organization. And so I'm just looking at it globally. I want to be everywhere with each level of the business, so that we continue to be a missionary-based entity that helps us continue to build upon the support of our community and to lift up and improve the situations that we have within our cities.
And do you have any regret? Because, you know, sometimes as business owner, there are things that we wanted to do but we're not able to do, or you know, there are things that we thought about and they go wrong. So any regrets that you think about, you know, as you look at your business journey?
Yes. So I believe my one regret that I have is that even though my cousins, you know, gave me that push, that motivation, it still took me a few years before I really embraced it totally. I didn't have like a guideline to work with, and I was trying to do it on my own. So this is why I truly encourage, you know, making sure you look into, you research what it is it needs to be done to build your business, as well as making these collaborations, networking with others, talking about what it is you want to see happen with your business, and look at it in terms of, as your question, where are you going to be with your business in the next 3 years, the next 5 years, 10 years? What legacy are you going to leave to others to continue to build upon your business? You want to think in the mentality of your business will last beyond you. And so my regret was not fully embracing it in the beginning. But I'm so glad that I finally did.
And that's fantastic. And that's where, you know, you mentioned the legacy, the importance of the legacy, how important it is actually to leave a legacy, you know, when you are a business owner.
It's so crucial to understand that leaving your legacy gives your family, gives your community a sense of value, a sense of connection. It continues on past you because you are thinking about those who are in need of you, who are in need of your business, and your family can build upon it once you share with them everything it is that you want to see happen. Because if you don't share it with your family, if you don't have them understand this is where I'm taking this is what this is, then they'll never appreciate what it is that you're doing. And then your legacy will die. Don't let it die with you. Let it continue on with your family. Let it continue on with your community. Let it live beyond you.
And that's what, you know, I normally call greatness engineering. It is unlimited. You know, you have to leave something that outlasts you. Otherwise, it's not really worth it. So it is important to have that in mind. Thank you so much, Monique.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Thank you so much. We have reached. I hope you've enjoyed all the speakers, and it has been a day again of learning, a day of inspiration, and